C1191 Accepted as Family. Chapter 1191 Accepted as Family. 1191 Accepted as Family. I see. So that's why Yuan impregnated you. Now that she mainly understood the full context of their situation, she heaved a sigh of relief, as it wasn't as bad as she thought. She looked at Lan Ying and continued, "But I must say, you're not even 100 years old, yet you're already carrying a child. That's quite impressive and shocking at the same time. We can't get pregnant before 1,000 years old, even if we want to, since that feature in our body is not yet fully developed before then. I guess that's a special feature of divine serpents." Lan Ying silently stared at Shimei, seemingly pondering something. "What is it?" Shimei asked. "Do you also want to bear Yuan's child?" Lan Ying asked in a calm voice. "Huh?" Shimei's face immediately flushed with redness. "You don't? I thought that was the reason you asked me about it." Lan Ying continued to remain calm. "I mean, I never really thought that far, but I do want to marry him." "Marriage?" Lan Ying mumbled, and she continued, "I didn't know of this concept until very recently when I left the mystic realm, since we naturally follow our partners. And to be honest, I still don't fully understand the point of marriage. Just like a wild beast, the concept of marriage is almost unfathomable in Lan Ying's mind, especially since she lived a secluded life in the mystic realm. In her eyes, it was only natural to create a family with their loved ones, so the act of marriage, to verbally devote one's life to another through a fancy ritual, was a pointless act. Shimei chuckled. "I get where you're coming from, especially since it's a human tradition, but I still like it, as it has a certain charm to it." After talking to Lan Ying for a little longer, Shimei left her room and returned to her own. Later that day at dinner, Shimei said, "Yuan, you'll be going to Azure Dragon City with Mei tomorrow, correct?" He nodded. "That's correct." "Then you should be aware that the dragons of that city aren't as forgiving as us." Yuan raised an eyebrow and asked, "What do you mean by that, madam?" "It means that they still haven't forgiven humans for their atrocities," Shimei said with a serious face, and he continued, "If you want to visit Azure Dragon City, you will need to go there as a dragon. Of course, you could still go there as a human, but you will be attracting unnecessary trouble." "I see, but how will I do that?" "They'd immediately realize that I am a human through my smell." "Don't worry, we have methods for that." Shimei chuckled, causing Yuan to raise an eyebrow. "What about us?" Feng Yuxiang suddenly asked. "Oh, about that. Sorry, but our methods will only work for humans, so you'll have to stay behind, unless you want to risk exposing Yuan's identity." Shimei said, "I am human." Xiaohua raised her hand. "While that is true, your main issue is that ominous aura of an exile." Shimei shook her head. "That is something we cannot mask. We could just hide inside the young master's body. That should mask our smell." Feng Yuxiang said. Shimei then asked, "What are you guys worried about? His safety? I doubt anything can threaten his life there." Yuan smiled and said to them, "There's nothing to worry about. It's been a while since I last went anywhere by myself, too. I'm sure you guys don't want to stick to me every second of the day, either." After hearing such words, Xiaohua and the others could only silently nod their heads. "You're right, young master. You're no longer so inexperienced and weak that you need our presence every moment of the day. I guess we've been unnecessarily clingy a little recently." Lan Ying mumbled. Xiaohua remained silent. "And it's not like we're going to be gone for a long time. It'll only be a few days at most." Shimei said. Sometime after dinner, Shimei called Yuan to her room, where Shimei was also waiting. "Follow us. We'll bring you to somewhere special," Shimei said with a mysterious smile on her face. While they walked, Shimei spoke. "I would say this in advance, but this isn't something we do for just anyone. The fact that we're doing this for you means we have decided to accept you as family. Do you understand?" Yuan raised an eyebrow and asked, "Why does it seem like we're about to do something more than just disguising my human scent?" Shimei chuckled. "Because we are." Sometime later, they arrived before this room that was heavily reinforced with thick metal doors and even powerful defensive arrays. "Is this the treasury room or something?" Yuan couldn't help but ask. It's something even more valuable, Shi Shengma said, and then he began to remove the restrictions with the help of Shi Mingze. By the way, this is going to take a while. In the meantime, why don't you thoroughly clean yourself in the bathroom right behind us? Shi Mingze said to him as she pointed at the room on the other side of the hallway with her eyes. Yuan nodded and went into the bathroom. However, to his surprise, there were two female servants waiting for him inside. We will be taking care of you now, young master. They bowed to him. Huh? Yuan had a puzzled look on his face. When he snapped out of it, he said in an awkward voice, I can clean myself. We don't doubt that, but it is our job to make sure, so we must insist on cleaning your body. This made Yuan even more curious as to what was waiting for him behind the metal doors. Fine. He eventually gave up his resistance and allowed these two female servants to wash his body. The female servants watched him disrobe, and when they saw his refined physique, they couldn't help but swallow nervously and blush slightly. C1192 Untainted Body. Chapter 1192 Untainted Body. 1192 Untainted Body. Once Yuan was completely naked, the female servants gestured him to the bathing area. Please step on the footprints and stand there while we wash your body. They pointed at the red footprints that were engraved on the floor. Yuan stepped on the footprints, which required him to spread his legs a little apart. One of the servants then showed him a translucent bar of soap and said, This bar of soap was made from a multitude of ingredients that are used for cleaning impurities, but its most important ingredient would be the translucent dew of purity, a very popular and potent medicine used to cleanse impurities. The other servant then said, We will be scrubbing your body with this soap, which will not only cleanse the deepest parts of your pores, but also draw out any impurities that may be hidden within your body, so do not be alarmed if impurities start coming out. Translucent dew of purity? What's the difference between that and the translucent dew of flawlessness? Yuan asked, as they sounded awfully similar, which couldn't be a simple coincidence. The translucent dew of purity is second to the translucent dew of flawlessness, which is the best medicine when it comes to cleaning impurities. Although they both have the ability to cleanse one's impurities, the translucent dew of flawlessness will continue to purify one's body of impurities, while the translucent dew of purity will only do it one time. Unfortunately, translucent dew of flawlessness are exceedingly rare. Even if the royal Shi family has some, they wouldn't be reckless enough to use it in such a wasteful manner. I see. The servants proceeded to dissolve the soap in some warm water before scrubbing Yuan's body with the bubbles using their bare hands. Yuan swallowed nervously as he could feel 20 slender fingers caressing and massaging all over his body. And due to his heightened senses from his cultivation, such sensation only became clearer to him, who could feel every individual finger independently. This reminded him of his time as a cripple, when he had to rely on someone else to clean his body for him. Of course, since they were required to clean every corner of his body, the servants also had to clean the dragon and its treasures between his legs, which made Yuan a little nervous. Not wanting his dragon to awaken in such a situation, Yuan began reciting the heaven-consuming technique inside his head, which worked wonders. He sighed in relief inwardly when they were finally finished with that area. As time passed, Yuan noticed that the servants were gradually increasing the pressure of their washing until it reached the point where they were essentially giving him a deep body massage. Yuan thought this was routine, but unbeknownst to him, that was not the case. Meanwhile, the servants washing his body were greatly perplexed and shocked when not even the slightest impurity came out of Yuan's body despite how much they washed his body. They thought they had used the wrong soap at first, but once they confirmed that they were indeed using the right soap, they wondered if they were not washing hard enough, and the thought of Yuan having an untainted body never even occurred to them. Furthermore, even if Yuan cleansed his body the day before, since all entities collect impurities every second, it was impossible for Yuan to have a body free of impurities. Eventually, the ladies came to the realization that Yuan might have an untainted body. One of the servants slowed down her movements as she asked, "Young master, do you happen to have an untainted body?" "Yes, I do," he answered without the slightest pause. Both ladies completely halted their movements after hearing such words, and they looked like they were on the verge of crying. They wanted to ask why he didn't tell them in advance, as they had been scrubbing his body for over half an hour while it could have been done in less than a few minutes. But they managed to keep their question inside their heart. "No, this was our fault. We should have realized it sooner, especially since he mentioned the translucent dew of flawlessness." They sighed inwardly. The ladies then washed away the soap on his body and gestured at the bathtub. "Please soak in that water for 5 minutes." "I understand." While Yuan soaked in the water, one of the servants left to notify the Shi family. "Your Majesties, the young master is currently soaking in the dragon's tears. He will be done in 5 minutes." The servant bowed to them. However, Shi Mingze had a frown on her face. "What's taking you two so long? You should have been done 20 minutes ago. I hope you didn't do anything indecent to our guest." The servant immediately paled and shook her head. "We wouldn't dare. We took longer than expected because we didn't know the young master had an untainted body, so we just kept on cleaning his body. While they might have been distracted by Yuan's peerless body, which might have caused their thinking to slow down, the servant would not admit to it, even if it was the last thing she did." An untainted body. That means had consumed the translucent dew of flawlessness. Shishima was surprised to hear this. Didn't he say that he came from the lower heaven? Where did he acquire something as precious as that down there? If he managed to come to this place when he was in the lower heavens, I wouldn't be surprised if he somehow managed to acquire that kind of treasure down there. Shi Mingze smiled. 5 minutes later, Yuan emerged from the bathtub. The servants quickly dried his body with this silky smooth and pure white towel that felt and looked like it was made of clouds before dressing him in this pure white bathrobe. Feeling completely refreshed, Yuan returned to Shi Mingze and Shi Shengma, who had finished their preparations long ago. "Are you ready?" Shi Mingze asked him. He nodded. "Follow us." They immediately opened the metal doors and entered the room with Yuan following right behind them. C1193 Blood Cleansing Ceremony. Chapter 1193 Blood Cleansing Ceremony. 1193 Blood Cleansing Ceremony. Upon entering the sealed room, Yuan found himself in another empty room, but there was an active portal right at the center of the room. "Listen to me, Yuan." Shi Shengma looked at him and spoke with a serious expression. "Once we enter the portal, we will arrive in the ancestral sanctuary, where you'll be performing what we call a blood cleansing ceremony. Only those with royal bloodline within the dragon clan may undergo such a ceremony. So accepting this ceremony will mean you will be affiliated with our dragon clan. Are you willing? If not, we can stop right here." "I don't mind." Yuan smiled. He was fond of the Shi family, so he didn't mind being affiliated with them. "Very well. Follow me." Yuan entered the portal with them shortly after. After being teleported, Yuan found himself inside a sanctuary with drawings of dragons engraved in the walls and windows that surrounded them. And at the center of this sanctuary was a small-sized pool that was filled with what appeared to be blood at first glance. "Welcome to the ancestral sanctuary, Yuan. You are probably the first human to step foot in this place since its creation," Shi Mingze said to him with a warm smile on her face. However, Yuan was too distracted by the red liquid in the pool. Seeing this, Shi Shengma said, "Yes, that is blood, dragon blood that belongs to our ancestor, to be precise." Upon answering Yuan's curiosity, Shi Shengma continued, "This is where dragons that join the royal family go to cleanse their common bloodline, replacing it with royal blood. We, as the royal family, also bathe in this blood once every 1,000 years to strengthen our bloodline." "I understand that, but how will this help mask my scent as a human?" Yuan asked. Shi Mingze then spoke. "If you soak in this blood, it will wash away your human scent for a period of time. Who knows, it might even make you stronger. Since you are the first human to ever soak in this blood, nobody can really say what will happen." Yuan raised his eyebrows and said, "If I am the first, how do you know it works? Although you may be the first human to bathe in this blood, you're not the first human to bathe in dragon blood. Humans hunted us for a reason," Shi Shengma said in a low voice. "I see. So this blood belongs to your ancestor, right? Actually, we don't really know. While this place belonged to the dragon ancestor, he never claimed it was his blood. However, for this blood to strengthen our royal bloodline, it must be of higher quality, so it would only make sense if it belongs to our ancestor. Shishima shook his head. That does make sense. Yuan nodded. Do you have any more questions before we begin? I just need to soak my body in this blood, right? Do I need to do anything special? And how long do I need to soak my body? Once you soak your body in the blood, try absorbing it through your pores. Since you are a human, you will only be able to absorb a few drops of blood at most, but even that much will benefit you greatly. You should be done in a few minutes. I understand. Whenever you are ready, enter the blood without your robe. Yuan nodded. After taking a deep breath, Yuan disrobed again, before taking a step into the pond of dragon blood. The moment his foot submerged in the blood, Yuan could feel an unfathomable energy entering through his pores, quickly spreading throughout the rest of his body. The sensation of unimaginable power overflowing his body only became clear as Yuan entered the pond with his other leg. What a refreshing feeling. Even though my body is overflowing with energy, it doesn't feel uncomfortable, almost as though my body is expanding with the energy. Yuan thought to himself as he sat down in the center of the pool. The pool was deeper than it appeared, and when fully seated, the blood reached his neck, completely hiding his body within the thick blood. Shortly after submerging his body in the blood, a notification appeared before Yuan, showing words that he hasn't seen in a long time. 9 dragon symbols? He recalled the last time it activated was when he was still in the lower heaven, when he absorbed the dragon essence within the dragon essence temple. While Yuan was lost in his thoughts, Shi Shengma and Shi Mingze watched as the blood in the pool decreased at a rapid rate, and before they could even react, the depth of the blood lowered by several inches. However, Yuan wasn't finished yet, and the blood in the pool continued to deplete at an alarming rate. This caught both Shi Shengma and Shi Mingze off guard. Wait. Stop. By the time Shi Shengma said anything, half of the blood in the pool was absorbed by Yuan. However, Yuan appeared to be in a trance and couldn't hear Shi Shengma's panicked voice. Seeing this, Shi Shengma was prepared to jump in the pool to drag Yuan out, but he was stopped by Shi Mingze. What are you doing? He will absorb all of the blood at this rate. Shi Shengma roared at her, but Shi Mingze could only point at Yuan in a trembling voice. Look at his body, what? Shi Shengma turned to look at Yuan, and his eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets when he realized what he was seeing. Sitting in the pond, Yuan, who had jet black hair just moments ago, suddenly had a head full of golden hair like the Shi family. Soon, golden scales even began appearing on his chest. He's transforming, even though he's human. That's impossible, Shi Shengma exclaimed in a shocked voice. He wanted to be mistaken, but there was no mistaking what was happening to Yuan's body at the moment. C1194 Dragon Awakening. Chapter 1194 Dragon Awakening 1194 Dragon Awakening. Seeing Yuan transform, something only dragons could do, left Shi Shengma and Shi Mingze utterly speechless. They were so shocked that they couldn't feel any other emotions, and their bodies were numb, almost as though they had been struck by lightning tribulation. Dragon Awakening. Grade. Description: awaken the dragon in your body and gain unimaginable strength. Greatly increases all physical capabilities while transformed. By the time Yuan snapped out of his daze, over 90% of the blood in the pond had been absorbed by him. When he saw that nearly all of the blood in the pond had disappeared, Yuan felt his heart skip a beat, and he quickly stood up. Oh my God, I don't know what happened, but I swear it wasn't on purpose. I am so sorry. I will fix this. I promise. He went into panic mode, unaware of the changes to his body. Neither Shi Shengma or Shi Mingze reacted, which only made Yuan feel even more guilty. In his mind, they were probably so angry at him for absorbing their precious blood that they couldn't even express it properly. While they were indeed devastated about the loss of blood, the feeling of shock easily overwhelmed such feelings. Furthermore, they could feel a sense of inferiority when looking at Yuan in his current state. almost as though the dragon blood in their veins revered his presence. However, such a thing would only happen if they were before someone with a superior bloodline, and in the entire 9 heavens, only the dragon ancestor and the Great One could possibly possess a bloodline that is strong enough to suppress their royal bloodline. Who? No. Were you? Shishengma muttered in a dazed voice. I understand your anger, but I will do my best to fix this. Since this blood came from the dragon ancestor, I will find him and request some of his blood, enough to refill the pond. No matter how long it will take, I swear I will make it happen. Yuan responded, still unaware of the reason for their shock. Shi Mingzi didn't say anything and retrieved a round mirror from her spatial ring before putting it in front of Yuan. Yuan looked into the mirror with a raised eyebrow. What? His eyes widened with shock after seeing his new appearance. His black hair and eyes had turned golden, and his chest appeared to have grown several dragon scales. This immediately reminded him of Shi Murong and Shi Mingzi's transformation. However, he was still missing dragon horns and a tail. This must be due to the 9 dragon symbols. Dragon awakening, huh? I hope this isn't permanent. He swallowed nervously. Yuan, if you don't mind, can I have some of your blood? I want to confirm something. Shi Mingzi suddenly asked him. Oh, of course. Take as much blood as you want. Yuan immediately responded. Just a few drops will be enough. I want to see if you have any dragon blood flowing through your veins. Yuan nodded and poked a hole on his finger before squeezing several drops out. Shi Mingzi quickly collected his blood with her spiritual energy and without hesitation, placed it inside her mouth. Her eyes immediately widened with surprise, but it was not because his blood contained dragon blood. What is this? Why is his blood so delicious? Shi Mingzi has never tasted anything as tasty as Yuan's blood, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that his blood tasted better than any delicacy she has tasted before. The taste of Yuan's blood surprised her so much that she didn't confirm whether he had dragon blood or not, so she had to request for some more. Sorry, but I will need some more to be sure. A little more this time, she said in a stiff voice, her face somewhat rosy. Take as much as you need, Yuan repeated with a smile on his face. This time, Shi Mingzi collected a mouthful of his blood, which caused Shishengma to raise his eyebrows. Why does she need so much blood? And why does her face look like that? He wondered inwardly, as she looked like she was before a luxurious feast. After taking Yuan's blood for the second time, Shi Mingzi tasted only a few drops of the mouthful of blood that she collected before storing the rest away in a container. She's storing it? Shishengma became even more puzzled by her actions. All right, my blood is like a delicacy for divine beasts. Yuan took a mental note of this. Ahem. After clearing her throat in a forceful manner, Shi Mingzi looked at Shishengma and spoke with a serious expression. His blood doesn't have the slightest dragon blood. He's 100% human. What? That's impossible. Shishengma refused to believe it. I don't know what else to say since I have no idea what is happening, either. Shi Mingzi shrugged, and she turned to look at Yuan. Although he has dragon scales and the aura of a dragon, he doesn't have any horns or a tail. Maybe it is a transformation and isn't at the same time. Either way, we have never seen or heard of anything like this before. Yuan, do you have any idea what caused your transformation? She then asked. Yuan pondered for a moment before asking, do you know anything about the 9 dragons symbol? No, never heard of it. What about you? Shi Mingzi looked at Shishengma, who also shook his head. Then what about the dragon god? I have also never heard of this dragon god, but what an arrogant name. Not even the dragon ancestor and the Great One would call themselves a god, much less the god of dragons. Shi Mingzi said. However, Shishengma appeared to be pondering about something. Dragon god. I have heard about him before, he said a moment later. C1195 Dragon God. Chapter 1195 Dragon God. 1195 Dragon God, really? What do you know about him? Yuan immediately asked. I don't know how much of this is true, since it used to be a rumor back in the days. So take this with a grain of salt, Shishengma said. And he continued, if you didn't know already, it is widely known throughout the entire dragon race that the dragon ancestor and the Great One are the first dragons to ever exist, so they have the highest quality in terms of our bloodline. However, there's a rumor that claims a third dragon existed, one with a supreme bloodline like the Dragon Ancestor and the Great One. They also say that both the Dragon Ancestor and the Great One revered this third dragon, who was apparently more powerful than the two combined, and they would address it as the Dragon God. However, for some reason, this Dragon God did the unthinkable and lowered its head to another entity, a human at that. The Dragon God's decision caused a great disturbance throughout the dragon race and greatly angered the other two supreme dragons, especially since humans and dragons were at war during that time. I'm not sure what happened, but information about the Dragon God stopped there, almost as if its existence vanished in a thin air. Yuan digested all of this information with a pondering look on his face. The Dragon God lowered its head to a human. That human must be the immortal monarch, since he tamed many divine beasts. And if the Dragon God is related to the 9 dragon symbols, Yuan was finally starting to connect the dots, but there are still many unanswered questions. Seeing Yuan's expression, Shishuma couldn't help but ask, "Is the Dragon God related to your transformation?" Yuan snapped out of his daze and nodded. "I think so. Also, this blood doesn't belong to the Dragon Ancestor, but the Dragon God." "What?" Shishuma exclaimed after hearing this information. "I also believe that the human the Dragon God served was someone called the Immortal Monarch. Do you know of him?" "Immortal Monarch? Of course I know him. There's not a single competent dragon that doesn't know of His Excellency," Shishuma said in a loud voice. "His Excellency?" Yuan raised an eyebrow. "His Excellency was the one who stopped the war between dragons and humans. After all, he was also highly respected by many divine beasts during his era." "Then do you know what happened to him?" Yuan asked. "No, just like the Dragon God, he suddenly disappeared after one day. We still don't know what happened to him to this day." Shishuma shook his head in a regretful manner. Clearly, he was a fan of the Immortal Monarch. If he knew that he was standing before the Immortal Monarch's reincarnation, not even the heavens would be able to predict his reaction. "Anyways, do you have any more questions?" Just one more. How long will I remain like this?" he asked. "You can't revert to your original form?" Shishima raised an eyebrow. "Unfortunately, no." Yuan sighed. "I don't think there is anything to worry about. When we bathe in the blood, we also transform uncontrollably, but it will eventually go away by itself once the effects of the blood weakens." Shimingza said. "I see. By the way, the blood." Yuan looked at the pitiful state of the pool with a guilty look on his face. "I promised to refill it," Shimingza chuckled. "Don't sweat too much about it. What's done is done, and it's not like you did it on purpose, right?" "Of course not." He quickly shook his head. Shishuma rubbed his eyes and sighed. "Well, I don't expect you to refill this pool with the Dragon Ancestor's blood. If you really wish to try, please do so within 900 years, since the last time we soaked in the blood was 100 years ago, fortunately. If we don't find a solution for this before then, our bloodline might weaken." The only reason Shishuma still has some hope that Yuan would fulfill his words is because of his connection with the Dragon Ancestor. Although he doesn't know what kind of relationship Yuan has with the Dragon Ancestor, he knew there was something there. Shimingza then said with a weird smile on her face, "If you can't fulfill your promise, then you'll have to fill this place with your own blood, okay?" "Yes, sure." Yuan nodded with a nervous smile. "Here, you'll catch a cold at this rate." Shimingza suddenly handed him his robes. "Thank you." Of course, he was completely naked this entire time. Yuan washed himself again after leaving the ancestral sanctuary before returning to his own room. How did the ceremony go? Shimeli, who had been waiting for her parents to return to their room this entire time, immediately approached them when she noticed their presence in the hallway. "You will find out when tomorrow comes," Shishuma said in a tired voice. "Sorry, but I do not have the energy right now." Shimingza sighed. This caused Shimeli to become shocked, as she had never seen her parents this exhausted before. "What happened during the ceremony?" Shimeli cried inwardly. "Is Yuan okay?" she then asked with a worried face. Shimingza showed a weak smile and said, "Why wouldn't he be okay? If you want to see it for yourself, he's returned to his room." However, I don't recommend seeing him now, since he seemed to have a lot on his mind before he left. I understand. As much as she mainly wanted to see Yuan right now, she decided to wait for tomorrow, just as her parents suggested. Shi Mingze and Shi Shengmo retired to their rooms shortly after. So much has happened today. Shi Mingze sighed as she laid on the bed. Are you sure he's 100% human? Give me some of his blood. I want to see for myself. Shi Shengmo suddenly said. If you want his blood, go ask him for some. Why are you asking me? She looked at him with a slight frown. Shi Shengmo's eyes twitched at her words. You, what the hell are you saying when you still have some of his blood? I don't know what you're talking about. I literally watched you seal his blood in a container before putting it away in your spatial ring. Shi Shengmo found her to be incredibly suspicious now, but not for the reasons he was thinking. And how did I obtain that blood? By asking him. If you want his blood, you need to do the same. I am not sharing mine. Shi Mingze remained adamant for some reason, greatly dumbfounding Shi Shengmo. I knew it. He definitely has dragon blood in his veins. Why would you lie about something like this? Shi Shengmo sighed. Shi Mingze frowned. I wouldn't lie about that. He doesn't have any dragon blood and is purely human. Then what are you hiding from me? Ask him for his blood, and you will know. You are. Unbelievable. Shi Shengmo gave up at this point and decided to ask Yuan for his blood tomorrow before he leave for Azure Dragon City. C1196, An Overwhelming Presence. Chapter 1196, An Overwhelming Presence. 1196, An Overwhelming Presence. The following morning, Yuan looked in the mirror, and sure enough, he was still transformed. But since it didn't negatively affect him, he didn't mind it too much. In fact, his body was surging with an enormous amount of energy that felt similar to heaven's supremacy, which made him feel invincible. He had a feeling that if he fought with Shi Mingze in his current state, he'd be able to defeat her with ease. Sometime later, Yuan left his room, where Xiao Hua and his other companions were waiting for him. Brother Yuan? Xiao Hua made a puzzled face when she saw Yuan's new appearance, almost as though she didn't recognize him. Why, young master? Feng Yuxiang's eyes were as wide as saucers. Lan Yingying was utterly speechless. How do I look? Yuan asked them with a smile on his face. Heavens, what did they do to you, young master? Why do you smell like a dragon? Even your aura is that of a real dragon. I know they said that they disguise your human scent, but this is too much. Feng Yuxiang asked him, feeling perplexed by his new appearance. Yuan then said, Well, that is because I am actually transformed. What? How is that even possible when you don't have dragon blood in you? He proceeded to tell them about his experience yesterday at the ancestral sanctuary. Bathing in the blood of a dragon. Feng Yuxiang swallowed nervously. Just like phoenix blood, dragon blood is insanely valuable. Even a single drop is worth a fortune if sold in an auction house. Yet Yuan managed to bathe in a pool for dragon blood meant for the Dragon Clan's royal family? Nobody would believe such nonsense, even if he told everyone. Does that mean you're no longer human, but a dragon? Lan Yingying asked the most important question. No, I'm still human. This transformation is temporary. However, you're free to see for yourself. Yuan lifted his hand, offering his blood to them. Then if you'll excuse me, Feng Yuxiang did not hesitate to taste his blood, as it has been a long time since she last savored it. Lan Yingying also did not refuse to taste his blood, her taste buds dancing with bliss afterward. You're right. I don't taste any dragon blood in your blood. How mysterious. Feng Yuxiang mumbled with a dazed look on her face. Brother Yuan, can I also taste it? To their surprise, Xiaohua also requested to taste his blood. Can you even tell the difference? Feng Yuxiang looked at her with raised eyebrows. Naturally, Xiaohua did not have such an ability, as she was human. However, she did not want to feel left out when the other two always seemed to be enjoying themselves with his blood. Seeing her silence, Feng Yuxiang shook her head and said, No matter your reason, a human drinking another human's blood is weird. That's something only depraved humans that walk the path of evil would do. Yuan then said, Feng is right, Xiaohua. My blood only tastes good to divine beasts. Hearing their words, Xiaohua eventually gave up on the idea. Sometime later, Yuan and his group arrived in the dining area, where the Shi family was already seated. "Good morning," Shi merely greeted as she turned to look at him, and when she finally saw his appearance, her jaw dropped to the floor. What the? Shi Moron was just as startled as Shi Mei. Shi Mingzi chuckled at their reaction, something she has been waiting all night to see. Shi Mei eventually snapped out of her daze and stood up. She then walked over to him, stopping in front of him. "Yuan, is that you?" she asked in a low voice as she inspected his body from head to toe multiple times. "Yes, it's me," he responded with a calm smile. Meanwhile, inside her head, Shi Mei was trying her hardest to not freak out. "Oh my heavens! He's so freaking handsome. What is this? What is going on? Why does he look like this? What is this tingly sensation in my body?" Shi Mei cried inwardly, feeling an incredible urge to drag Yuan to her room to do unspeakable acts. "Are you okay?" Yuan couldn't help but ask her, whose face was flushed red. "Ahem." Shi Shengma loudly cleared his throat. "Sit back down. You're being rude." Shi Mei quickly turned around and walked back to her seat, but not before saying, "Sorry for acting weird. You just look so different." Yuan chuckled. "I was also surprised when I first saw this appearance." Shi Mingzi then said, "As you can see, this is the result of his blood cleansing ceremony. Is that permanent?" Shi Morong asked. "No, it should go away soon." Shi Mingzi shook her head. "Then are you still human?" Shi Mei asked after returning to her senses. Yuan nodded. "I am still human. 100%. Shi Shengma cleared his throat again, sounding a little stiff this time, and he spoke. "All right. Yuan, can I have some of your blood? I'd like to make sure that nothing has changed since yesterday." "Sure." Yuan did not hesitate to give him a few drops of his blood. Shi Shengmo's eyes snapped wide open when Yuan's blood touched his tongue, looking as though he had just been electrocuted. What the hell is this? Why does his blood taste so freaking delicious?" Shi Shengma turned to look at Shi Mingzi with a look of disbelief. He finally understood what his wife had been hiding from him and why she refused to share Yuan's blood to him yesterday. Of course, he also made the same mistake as her and forgot to analyze the blood. "What do you think? Any changes?" Yuan asked him. And no, everything is the same." Shi Shengma was not shameless enough to ask for more, so he decided to lie. Shi Mei and Shi Murong found their father's action a little odd, but they couldn't pinpoint it. Eventually, everyone sat down for breakfast, and for the entire meal, Shi Mei could barely take her eyes off Yuan, as his presence was simply too overwhelming and deadly in a non-lethal way. She's totally smitten with his dragon looks. Shi Mingzi barely held her composure. Blood. He was already attractive enough as a human. Now that he's basically turned into a dragon, his charm will be countless times more effective on us females in the dragon race. If he visits the Azure Dragon City in that appearance, he'll probably attract even more attention than before. At least it'll be the good kind of attention. Unbeknownst to her, Shi Mingzi would also subconsciously glance at Yuan from time to time. C1197 Mysterious Handsome Young Man Shocks the City. Chapter 1197 Mysterious Handsome Young Man Shocks the City. 1197 Mysterious Handsome Young Man Shocks the City. After breakfast, Shi Mei brought Yuan to her family's dressing room, where all sorts of outfits were available. With your new appearance, you can easily pass as someone with a royal bloodline. So before we go to the Azure Dragon City, you should dress accordingly. You want me to pretend to be royalty? Yuan asked with a dumbfounded face. Since you partook in our family's blood-cleansing ceremony, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call you royalty, Shi Mei said as she looked through her father's old clothes. Eventually, she found a pair of white and golden robes with a golden dragon embroidered in the front and back. This will look perfect on you. Shi Mei spoke in an excited voice as she handed him the robes. I will also get changed. When you're done, meet me at the entrance. Shi Mei left Yuan alone after that. After changing into his new clothes, Yuan left the dressing room and made his way to the palace's entrance. He would cross paths with several servants on the way there, and unsurprisingly, they all stopped whatever they were doing to stare at him with dreamy eyes. Even after many moments after Yuan left their sights, these servants still remained frozen like a stone statue. Heavens, who was that just now? I have never seen anyone as handsome as him in my life. There's no way someone like him could be a nobody. Did you see his aura? It was magnificent. When he glanced at me, I felt all the strength in my body leave. He had gold hair like the Shi family. Is he related to them? But there's no way we wouldn't know about him if that was the case. Unbeknownst to Yuan, his presence alone was enough to leave these servants in utter chaos. At the entrance, Xiao Hua and the others were already there to see him off. Oh my! Shi Mingzi was taken aback by Yuan's new outfit. That's my... Shi Shengma was speechless. The outfit Shi Meili had picked out for Yuan used to be worn by Shi Shengma during his younger days. It wasn't anything too fancy, but it brought out all of Yuan's charms and amplified it 100 times. Not only does Yuan look like a real young master with these clothes, he also gave off the aura of a hero, someone to be looked up to by others. You look even better than my husband did in those clothes, Yuan. My daughter sure has an eye for fashion. Shi Mingzi spoke in a teasing voice when he got close enough. Shi Shengma couldn't refute her words even though he wanted to. The young master really looks like a different person now. Feng Yuxiang mumbled. Shi Meili showed up shortly after, and she was wearing a formal red and gold outfit, which gave her a more mature atmosphere. Looks like I don't need to scold you for your outfit. Shi Mingzi said, I am well aware that I am going there for official business, so this is only natural. Shi Meili said, and she turned to look at Yuan, feeling like she had accomplished something great with his clothes. All right, are you ready to go? Shi Meili asked him. He nodded. Yes, but how will we get there? Well, we can travel there with a flying treasure, or we can just teleport there with a formation. I will let you choose. The former will take about a week, while the latter will be instantaneous. Shi Meili would rather take the flying treasure, since that means she would get to spend an entire week alone with Yuan. But she didn't say it outright out of shame. There's nothing but clouds between both cities, right? Yuan asked. That's right. If you want to sightsee, there's nothing to see, unfortunately. Then let's just teleport there. I'd rather spend more time in the city, after all. Okay. Yuan raised an eyebrow in a questioning manner when Shi Meili responded in a dispirited manner for some reason. Let's go, Yuan. Shi Meili didn't give him the chance to ask and pulled him towards the street. Stay safe, young master. See you later, brother Yuan. Don't cause any trouble, Meili. After the pair disappeared from their sights, Shi Mingzi sighed, I can't help but worry that something is going to happen in Azure Dragon City. I guess we should start mentally preparing ourselves, then, Shi Shengma said. Meanwhile, Yuan and Shi Meili took their time walking to the teleporting formation on foot. Naturally, their presence left every pedestrian around them utterly speechless. While the males would admire Shi Meili's beauty and elegance with wide mouths, all of the females would stare at Yuan like beasts during mating season. His domineering aura, his alluring scent, his calm yet oppressive gaze. None of the females there could withstand his charms, no matter if they were maidens, married women, or widows. All of them were powerless before Yuan's uncontrollable glamour. Who was that handsome man with Princess Shi just now? I need to know right now. I have never seen him before. He must be from another city. What kind of relationship do you think they have with each other? They look like a pair made by heaven itself. Damn it, I have never felt so envious of Princess Shi until today. I would be willing to die for a chance to hold that man's hands even for a second. News of a mysterious handsome young man with otherworldly charm that appeared out of thin air quickly spread throughout the city like wildfire. Upon hearing such news, many people from all over the city flocked to see this mysterious handsome man with their own eyes like it was some kind of freak show. My God, he's actually even more handsome than I expected. How can such a perfect being exist? Just who is he? Why does nobody recognize someone as eye-catching as him? There's no way he really popped out of thin air. Seeing how much attention they were getting, Yuan was beginning to wonder if he should have traveled with the flying treasure instead. C1198 Azure Dragon City. Chapter 1198 Azure Dragon City. 1198 Azure Dragon City. Upon arriving at the teleport formation, Shi led Yuan directly to the front of the line. When a manager there noticed Shi, he immediately rushed over to greet them. "Welcome, Princess Shi. Where would you like to go today?" "The Azure Dragon City." "Understood. Please give us a minute to prepare the formation." While the manager arranged the formation, everyone in that area was staring at Yuan and Shi. "I wonder what they're going to do in Azure Dragon City." Judging by Princess Zai's formal wear, she's probably there for some important business. Perhaps with the Azure Dragon family, since there has been a rumor about the Shi family and Azure Dragon family finally getting together. Despite the amount of years the Azure Dragon family and the Shi family have coexisted in this realm, they have never joined together as a family and would rather mind their own business within their own city. In fact, they rarely contacted each other, only doing so during unforeseen events. However, the Azure Dragon family finally decided that it was about time they joined together. Shi Shengma agreed when he was confronted about it, hence the current situation. Once the teleport formation was prepared, Shi and Yuan entered it, teleporting directly outside the Azure Dragon City. "Yuan, I'm going to meet with the Azure Dragon family first. You can look around the city until I am done. It shouldn't take long. I will find you when I am done." "All right." Yuan didn't bother asking her how she would find him in this vast city, as he was sure that she had her own unique ways. "See you in a bit then. Try not to cause any trouble," Shi said to him as she flew away, entering the city through the sky. When the guards saw that someone was trying to enter the city through the sky, their initial reaction was to stop them. However, after seeing this invader's face, these guards halted and sighed. "It's the Shi family's little princess. Captain said that she'd show up sometime today and be on the lookout for her." One of the guards then went to notify the Azure Dragon family of Shi's arrival. Meanwhile, Yuan approached the city through the front gates. The guards were stunned when they saw him, who gave off the aura of a royal, but they didn't recognize him in the slightest. "Who is that? I don't recognize him either." Once Yuan was close enough, one of the guards approached him in a respectful manner. "Greetings, young master. If you don't mind me asking, where are you from? And what business do you have at our humble Azure Dragon City?" "I am from Ancient Dragon City, and I am here to sightsee," Yuan calmly responded. "Just to sightsee?" The guard wondered inwardly. "So this is your first time visiting our city? Can you put your hands on this for a second?" The guard showed him a crystal ball. Yuan placed his hand on the crystal ball. It shone bright blue a moment later. "Thank you very much. Here is your pass. You may stay in the city for a maximum of 3 months. If you wish to stay longer, please come back here." "All right." Yuan entered the city after accepting the guest pass. Compared to the Ancient Dragon City, which has a more traditional feel and a serious atmosphere, the Azure Dragon City was much brighter and felt more exciting, almost like comparing a street filled with bars with a street filled with stores. The buildings were also built differently, as well as the pedestrians' fashion. Yuan stood before the entrance for a good minute, admiring the view. Once he was satisfied, he started wandering the streets. Naturally, his appearance immediately attracted those around him, causing them to stare intensely. "Who is that handsome young man? There's no way I wouldn't recognize someone as eye-catching as him. He's probably not from this city. Gold hair. That's a signature of those from the Ancient Dragon City." Sometime later, Yuan took notice of a certain scent in the air that made his mouth start to salivate. He immediately followed the scent, which led him to a tall restaurant that had 7 floors. He approached the entrance, where a handsome young man was standing with a pamphlet in his hands. "Good morning. May I have your name?" the young man asked him when he approached. "Yuan." The young man began looking through his pamphlet. When he didn't see Yuan's name, he asked, "I don't see your name. Do you have a reservation?" "I don't. There's no walk-in?" "Unfortunately." The young man shook his head. "Is that so? Then can I make a reservation right now? In that case, I will put you down for next year." "Next year? The wait is that long?" Yuan was baffled. The young man nodded with a smile. "Our Azure Dragon's retreat is the highest-rated restaurant in the entire world across all 3 cities, after all. In fact, our longest wait time was 12 years, so you're quite lucky to only need to wait a year. Yuan sighed. I see, forget it then. Sorry to bother you. Just as Yuan turned around and began walking away, a clear voice resounded from somewhere above him. Please wait a moment. Yuan turned around and looked at the sky to see a figure jumping out of a window from the 7th floor of the restaurant. This figure landed right in front of Yuan. I happened to overhear your conversation. If you'd like, you can eat with me and my friends. This individual was a beautiful young lady with light blue hair and golden eyes. She had a pale complexion, and her cheeks were rosy for some reason. Seeing this as a chance, Yuan didn't refuse and nodded. If you don't mind having me. Of course not. I'm the one who invited you, after all. By the way, I'm Azure. Nice to meet you. The blue-haired girl smiled at him. Azure? Yuan's body instinctively froze for a second as another individual with the same name appeared inside his head. He quickly snapped out of it and smiled back. Nice to meet you, Azure. You can call me Yuan. After their brief introduction, Azure led Yuan inside the restaurant. C1199 Azure Dragon Family. Chapter 1199 Azure Dragon Family. 1199 Azure Dragon Family. Once they entered the restaurant, Azure led Yuan straight to the 7th floor of the restaurant, where only 2 rooms existed on the entire floor. Azure's room was on the left side of the building. Inside, there were 4 other people sitting around a long table that was filled with delicious-looking food and fragrant drinks. 2 young men and 2 young ladies, all around the same age as Azure. Sorry for that just now, Azure said to them with an apologetic smile on her face as she entered the room. Why did you jump out of the window so suddenly? That surprised us. Forget that. Who is that beside you? One of the ladies asked her with sparkling eyes. Let me introduce you to a new friend that I've just made. This is Yuan. He'll be dining with us. Azure introduced him with a bright smile. The ladies looked up and down at Yuan with glistening eyes, while the 2 men had slight frowns on their faces. Where did you come from, Yuan? I have never seen you before. Oh, I'm Ling. My name's Lina. Nice to meet you. The ladies introduced themselves while the men remained silent. Come sit over here with me, Yuan, Azure said to him as she walked over to her seat by the window. Azure, you sly beast. I was wondering why you had been staring outside the window with a dazed face. Lina said to her using divine sense. Hands off, you two. I found him, so he's mine. Azure said to them. Hey, that's not fair. You already have Guoxing and Wang Jun here. Zhu Ling said. Nonsense. You know we're not in that kind of relationship. Azure glared at her. Either way, you know that they've been trying to court you for over 1,000 years now. If you flirt with this new guy whom you've just met, they will definitely get jealous. That's none of my business. You say that, but hey, you didn't answer my friend's question. Where are you from? Guoxing, a handsome young man with a naturally stern face, suddenly spoke to Yuan. Ancient Dragon City. What about your family? Which family are you from? Zhu Ling asked. Just an ordinary family. No way. You look like you belong to some big family. Lina exclaimed. The 2 men smirked a little when they realized that Yuan didn't belong to any prominent family. It's true. Yuan smiled, remaining calm. The room fell silent for a moment afterward. Who cares where he's from? Azure suddenly said, breaking the silence. And she continued, let's eat before the food gets cold. Thanks again for the invitation. Yuan said to her, don't worry about it. If there's anything you want to eat, feel free to order them. It's my treat. They began eating shortly after. As they ate, Zhu Ling started a conversation. So, I heard that she mainly will be visiting the Azure Dragon family today. Is that true, Azure? Yuan glanced at Azure. He had a feeling that she was related to them because of her name, but he wasn't sure to what extent. Yeah, but it's none of my business. Can you really say that? I heard rumors that the Azure Dragon family and the Shi family are trying to come together. Lina said, it's true, but I'm nowhere near that conversation. My eldest brother is the one who's trying to marry Shi Meili. Azure shrugged. Do you really think that she merely will agree to it? Wang Jun said, and he continued, I mean, your brother already has multiple wives. I don't think the princess will accept someone like that, considering her status. He has multiple fiancées, not wives. He's saving that first spot for the princess. But I get what you were trying to say. Azure corrected him. Speaking of the Shi family, I heard that they had befriended a human. How true do you think that is? Zhu Ling suddenly said. A human? What kind of nonsense is that? There's no way a human can enter this world. Guoxing sneered with a disdainful expression. Actually, I heard that rumor as well. It happened sometime last year, and rumors have it that this human had awoken all 9 pillars during the Dragon Awakening ritual. Li Na said, Ha ha ha. Wang Jun suddenly burst out laughing upon hearing her words. There's no way a mere human could awaken 9 pillars, when even the Shi family could only manage 7 pillars at most. I'd eat my own tail if a human could awaken 6 pillars, much less 9. If Wang Jun knew that the rumors were true and the human who awoke all 9 pillars was in the exact same room as him at this moment, not even the heavens would be able to predict his reaction. If a human like that really exists, I'd like to meet him. Azure sighed. Why would you want to meet a human? They're weak and fragile creatures, yet they are arrogant as hell and act as though they're the ultimate race. Guoxing sneered. I just think ITLL be interesting. Azure shrugged. What do you think, Yuan? She suddenly turned to look at him, who had been stuffing food inside his mouth without stopping this entire time. Would you want to meet a human if you had the chance? If I have a reason to meet with them, sure. He responded after quickly swallowing the food in his mouth. Wang Jun smiled at Yuan and said, Looks like you're not lying when you said that you came from an ordinary family. Is this your first time eating good food? Seems like it. Watch your mouth. Wang Jun, ordinary family or not, he's my friend now. Badmouth him again, and this will be our last time hanging out together. Azure glared at him. Wang Jun sneered inwardly, and he proceeded to glare at Yuan like a tiger before its prey. Please don't mind him, Yuan, Azure said to him, who calmly nodded before returning to his food. Meanwhile, she merely just arrived at the Azure Dragon family's residence. Chapter 1200. Published at 19th of September, 2023, 11:40 and 34 seconds a.m. Chapter 1200. Chapter 1200 Azure Dragon Family. 2. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button and again. Chapter 1200 Azure Dragon Family. 2. 1200 Azure Dragon Family. 2. Welcome to my Azure Dragon family, Princess Shi. We are delighted to have you today. The Patriarch of the Azure Dragon family personally greeted Shi Mei at the door. Shi Mei calmly acknowledged him with a nod before speaking. I have urgent business after this, so let's get this over with. Where's Liang Xian? Patriarch Liang raised an eyebrow upon being rushed by Shi Mei. What could possibly be more important than the future of their family together? There's no need to be hasty. We have set up a banquet for you, and my son, Liang Xian, is waiting for you there. Let us discuss your marriage with him over some tea and food. As much as Shi Mei wanted to reject the marriage on the spot, it'd be incredibly rude to the Azure Dragon family. Even if the Azure Dragon family isn't of royal blood, they're a very large and powerful family. While they might not be as influential as the Shi family, they definitely have a slight advantage in terms of overall prowess. If Shi Mei offends the Azure Dragon family too much, they might become an enemy of the Shi family, and that would bring an end to the peace between their family, which has existed for hundreds of thousands of years. Shi Mei silently followed Patriarch Liang to a spacious courtyard, where a massive banquet was being held. There were dozens of tables filled with food and drinks, and there were even dancers in the center of the courtyard on a platform. Seeing the banquet made Shi Mei sneer inwardly. They're already acting as though I'm going to accept the proposal. How unpleasant. Everyone in the courtyard stopped their movements when they noticed Shi Mei and the Patriarch's presence. Meanwhile, a group of individuals approached them. These people were all high-standing officials and renowned individuals within the Azure Dragon City. Welcome to Azure Dragon City, Princess Shi. It's been a while, Princess Shi. You look even better than before. I hope everything will work out between the Shi family and the Azure Dragon family. Once this group of individuals gave their greetings, they quickly left the scene. Then, another individual approached them. She merely turned to look at this person with a nonchalant expression on her face. He was a handsome young man with light blue hair neatly tied into a ponytail and gold eyes, sword-like eyebrows, and a face that gave him a heroic atmosphere. This person stopped in front of Shi and proceeded to give her a courteous bow. "Good morning, Princess Shi. You look even prettier than the rumors say, and I am grateful to be graced by your presence today." Shi remained nonchalant and spoke, "And you're exactly as the rumors say, Liang Xian. Do you flirt like this with every woman that you meet?" Liang Xian did not take offense to her words and even laughed at it. "I'm only speaking the truth. Anyways, why don't we sit down first? There's plenty to discuss, after all." Liang Xian turned around and started walking towards the main table, expecting Shi to follow him. However, he stopped a few steps later when he noticed that Shi hadn't moved in the slightest. "Princess Shi, is there something wrong?" he asked her with a puzzled look on his face. "I hope you didn't prepare this banquet specifically for me, as I will not be participating in it." "Why not?" Liang Xian was taken aback. "Because I won't be staying for long, and I have other businesses to attend to." Patriarch Liang proceeded to speak with a slight frown on his face. "I'm sure this other business can wait a little longer. What could possibly be more important than your marriage with my son?" Shi turned to look at him with a sharp gaze, and she spoke, "You make it sound like I'm already engaged to him or something. Unless my father lied to me, we are not yet in that kind of relationship." "Not yet, but we will be soon." Liang Xian spoke with a confident smile on his face. "And what makes you think that?" Shi frowned. "I will tell you, after we sit down and enjoy the banquet a little." "What do you say?" After a moment of silence, Shi spoke in a cold voice. "Sorry, but I have no intention of playing whatever game you're suggesting. If you're not going to tell me now, I will just reject your proposal and leave." The smile on Liang Xian's face immediately disappeared, and he sighed out loud. "I wanted this marriage to work properly and without any troubles, but you're making that very hard, Princess Shi, and you've only just arrived. I will ask you one last time. Will you have a peaceful conversation with me while seated, or are we going to do this the hard way?" Liang Xian's previous demeanor had completely disappeared. He was now filled with arrogance, his aura a little tyrannical, almost like that of a wild beast. Shi narrowed her eyes at him. "Since I am benevolent, I will disregard this disrespect once and act like it never happened." "Or what? You'll report it to your father?" Patriarch Liang suddenly spoke. "What?" Shi turned to look at him with wide eyes. Have they gone mad? She wondered inwardly. They are clearly acting hostile towards her, but she couldn't understand why. She hasn't officially rejected their proposal yet, so there was no reason for them to act in this manner. In fact, they have been acting a little weird since the beginning, which gave Shi a bad feeling. Now that I think about it, why would the Azure Dragon family suddenly propose to work together when we've never really been that close? Why now? What is their motive? She asked herself. Before she could think of anything, Patriarch Liang suddenly swept the courtyard with a sharp gaze. When the people there felt his gaze, they all silently left the courtyard, leaving Shi alone with the Patriarch and Liang Xian. Seeing this, Shi instinctively prepared for battle. Patriarch Liang smiled coldly after seeing her reaction, and he said, "Relax, we're not going to attack you. That would be unbefitting of us, especially considering our stature. I made them leave so that we can talk privately, just as you wanted." She loosened her muscles a little, but she was still on guard. "I can't wait to hear whatever nonsense you're going to spew next," She said with a somewhat nervous smile. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters." C1201 Azure Dragon Family's Ambitions. Chapter 1201 Azure Dragon Family's Ambitions. 1201 Azure Dragon Family's Ambitions. By the way, is it really okay for you to be here today, Azure? Zhu Ling suddenly asked her. "What do you mean?" Azure raised an eyebrow, looking puzzled by her question. I mean, I heard there's a banquet going on at your place today to welcome C1195. Shouldn't you be there? Oh, that? Only certain people were invited, and I wasn't one of them. Though, even if I was invited, I wouldn't go to such a banquet. It'll surely be boring, after all. Azure shrugged, and then she added, oh yeah, I noticed that my family has been acting a little strange recently. I think something big might happen soon, so you should prepare yourselves. You don't know what's happening in your family? Yuan asked her with a curious face. Azure shook her head. You probably don't know this, but my family is very strict when it comes to sharing information, so only those who have a high position within the family are given information. As for the rest of us, we just live our life doing our own things until it's time for our marriage, which is determined by the family, of course. Yuan had a weird look on his face as he said, I don't want to sound rude, but that sounds miserable. How dare you? Guoxing slammed his fist on the table, causing everything on it to jump. Stop it. Yuan is right. We are allowed to do whatever we please for the first few hundred years of our lives, but that is merely giving us a false sense of freedom. Once our future is determined, that is where our freedom and life ends. Most of us don't want to admit it, but it's a miserable life. Azure had a dispirited look on her face as she said this, turning the atmosphere awkward and sad. They would continue to eat in silence for the next several minutes, as nobody there knew how to continue the conversation. Meanwhile, at the banquet, C1195 was seated at the main table with Liang Xian and Patriarch Liang seated directly in front of her on the other side of the table. If you had done this earlier, this place wouldn't be so boring now. Liang Xian sighed. C1195 didn't say anything and silently stared at them with narrowed eyes. Patriarch Liang then calmly spoke. When our ancestors decided to hide in this small world from the humans, our Azure Dragon family was only but a slightly reputable family. However, through thousands upon thousands of years of hard work and sacrifices, we've managed to bring the Azure Dragon family to the top of this world, even ruling over one of the biggest cities in this world. We thought that we would be satisfied with our current standing, but our desire for more grew as time passed. Do you know where I'm trying to go with this? Patriarch Liang had a wide smile on his face as he looked at C1195. C1195 sneered. So you set your eyes on the Shi family because we're above you, huh? How boring. And I was wondering what you were planning. I'm disappointed. Boring? You dare call our ambitions boring? How dare you? Patriarch Liang's expression turned cold, his spirit's sovereign aura leaking uncontrollably. However, he quickly calmed down and smiled again. Forget it. A child who was born with a silver spoon in her mouth, like you wouldn't understand it. So how are you going to achieve that? By picking a fight with my family? By destroying it? C1195 then asked. Destroy? Now why would we want to destroy your family? Liang Xian shook his head, and he continued. The Shi family has existed for even longer than our Azure Dragon family, not to mention your history. It'd be a waste to destroy you guys. After a slight pause, he continued with a grin on his face. Therefore, instead of destroying you, we're going to consume the Shi family. C1195 frowned at his words. Liang Xian then said, we're going to give you an offer right now. Become my woman and serve me, who will be the future of the Azure family. If you do, we won't treat the Shi family too badly. If you don't, the Shi family will no longer exist in this world. After a moment of silence, C1195 suddenly burst out laughing. Unbelievable. The confidence in your voice. Truly unbelievable. Do you really think that you could take on my Shi family? Don't look down on my family, you bastards. Patriarch Liang quickly responded, you're wrong. We're not underestimating the Shi family. If we did, we wouldn't have waited this long to finally make a move. It's precisely because we respect your power that we took this long to prepare. C1195 stopped laughing upon hearing such words, and Patriarch Liang continued to speak. The Shi family has at most 2 spirit sovereigns, 7 spirit emperors, and 1,000 spirit kings under their command. Meanwhile, our ancient dragon family has 3 spirit sovereigns, 19 spirit emperors, and 3,000 spirit kings. Do you know why there's such a difference between us? While your Shi family has been slacking because of our peaceful environment, Our Azure Dragon family has never stopped cultivating our military prowess. Furthermore, as I am aware, your Shi family only has 2 direct descendants. Meanwhile, our Azure Dragon family has over 100 direct descendants and thousands more in our branch families. She merely sneered. So you think you could defeat my family just because you have a slight advantage in numbers? How naive of you, Patriarch Liang. I think the one being naive here is you, Princess Shi. A new voice that she merely found familiar suddenly resounded from beside her. When she merely turned, she could see a tall, middle-aged man with short black hair and emerald eyes calmly approaching their table. You are. Shi Mei's eyes widened upon seeing this figure. Welcome, Patriarch Shui. I'm glad you were able to make it here today. Patriarch Liang stood up and greeted him with a bright smile. Patriarch Shui, what is the meaning of this? Shi Mei glared at him, who she has only seen a few times in her life. Can't you tell by my presence here? You're truly naive. Patriarch Shui shook his head. Shi Mei gritted her teeth. So the Emerald Dragon family is also in on this nonsense, huh? This man was the patriarch of the Emerald Dragon family, ruler of Verdant Dragon City, one of the 3 biggest cities in this world alongside the Azure Dragon City and the Ancient Dragon City. See? I told you that we weren't underestimating the Shi family. Patriarch Liang smiled at Shi Mei. My Emerald Dragon family may only have 1 spirit sovereign, 5 spirit emperors, and 600 spirit kings. But if we combine our forces together, I think we have a pretty good chance to deal with the Shi family. What do you think, Princess Shi? Patriarch Shui asked her. You traitorous bastard. After all my family has done for the Verdant Dragon City, this is how you repay us. Shi Mei growled as she pointed at him. C1202 War. Chapter 1202 War 1202 War. What will you even get out of this? Tell me, Patriarch Shui. Shi Mei continued to shout at him. Patriarch Shui nonchalantly shrugged as he responded. Nothing much. Just some of the Shi family's treasures, 1/3 of the ancient Dragon City, and Shi Ming's, What? My mother? Shi Mei had a baffled look on her face. Patriarch Shui grinned at her reaction, and he clarified. I have fancied her for a while now. In fact, I've had my eyes on her even before she met your father. Unfortunately, I was not strong enough to attract her attention. And you consider yourself a dragon. What a disgrace. You sully our race with your mere existence. Even a wild beast has more morals than you bastards. Shi Mei stared at him with killing intent flowing from her eyes. As dragons, it is our nature to desire power, to rule over everything within our gaze. Patriarch Liang spoke with a stern look on his face. Once we consume the Shi family, we will become royalties through the blood-cleansing ceremony. After that, we will finally leave this prison of a world and conquer the outside world and its humans. The blood-cleansing ceremony? Shi Mei muttered as she realized something. So this is your real motive. You want to acquire the dragon ancestor's blood so that you will have a royal bloodline. Everything else is merely a bonus. Patriarch Liang showed a grim smile. You will not get what you want, Shi Mei said with gritted teeth. Oh, is that so? And what are you going to do to stop me? Run from here and scramble back to your parents to tell them? If that's what you want to do, I won't stop you. What are you? Shi Mei was speechless and doubtful that he would really let her leave just like that. Patriarch Liang shrugged with an arrogant smug on his face. I already told you. We're fully prepared to take on the Shi family, so it won't matter what you do now. Why else would we be doing this so blatantly? As much as Shi Mei hated to admit it, Patriarch Liang was right. Although the Shi family may have a decent chance of victory if they fought with the Azure Dragon family, that did not account for the Emerald Dragon family's assistance. If the Azure Dragon family and the Emerald Dragon family worked together, the chances of the Shi family winning was slim to none. Naturally, this did not account for Yuan's participation either. Shi Mei knew that if Yuan assisted them, their chances of winning would rise significantly. However, she has no intention of forcing him to fight for her family, as she would not be able to forgive herself if he were to get hurt because of it. You could leave, but I wouldn't suggest it. Liang Xian suddenly spoke, and he continued before she Meili could say anything. If you leave now, your brother and father will surely die. However, if you stay here and become my woman, I will spare their lives. After a moment of silence, she Meili suddenly sneered with a smile. Sorry, but that's impossible. Impossible? Liang Xian frowned. That's right. I already gave my heart to someone else, so I cannot be with you. Though, even if I didn't have that person, I still wouldn't want to be with you. She Meili calmly responded, leaving him speechless. Liang Xian was left utterly speechless by her response. He couldn't believe that she would be able to say such a thing when her brother and father's lives were at stake. Are you serious? He had to confirm it. Does it look like I am joking? You'd be willing to let your father and brother die over something like that? You're much more selfish than I thought. Don't act like you've already defeated us. She Meili sneered in disgust. So you think you can win against us? Ah ha ha. You're also much more foolish than I thought. Liang Xian burst out laughing. She Meili didn't say anything else and started walking away. Are you sure that is your decision? If you walk away now, you won't be my wife, but my slave once everything is over. Liang Xian said as he stood still and without any intention to stop her. The moment you leave this courtyard, we will send our armies to the ancient dragon city. Patriarch Liang spoke in a nonchalant voice before sipping on. She Meili stopped moving, and without turning around, she spoke in a cold voice. She Meili, won't be threatened by anyone. And without saying anything else, and without any hesitation, she flew out of the courtyard. Father, is it really okay to let her leave like that? We can still catch her right now. Liang Xian turned to look at his father with a doubtful face. It's fine. The Shi family cannot stop us. They don't have the power to do so, he said before turning to look at Patriarch Chui. Get your people ready. We're going to war. Patriarch Chui nodded with a serious expression before disappearing from the scene. Meanwhile, Yuan was still at the restaurant filling his mouth with food. Yuan, I have an offer for you. Azure suddenly looked at him and said, What kind of offer? He said after swallowing a mouthful of food. I would like to hire you. Yuan raised an eyebrow. For what kind of work? I'd like you to work for me. To put it bluntly, I want you to become mine. Azure said with a charming smile on her face. The others in the room stared at her with wide eyes. They didn't expect her to be so straightforward in public. I may not have the most influence in my family, but I do have plenty of influence as someone from the Azure Dragon family. Of course, you will be more than a servant. You will be akin to something like a concubine. What do you say? Chapter 1203. Published at 19th of September, 2023, 11:40 19 seconds a.m. Chapter 1203. Chapter 1203 War 2. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1203 War 2. 1203 War 2. You don't need to give me an answer right away. Azure continued with a smile on her face after seeing Yuan's face. The Azure Dragon family encourages its descendants to have multiple concubines because of their desire to grow bigger. This is one of the reasons why they were able to reach their current status, by joining bigger families and creating connections until they are at the very top. Unfortunately for her, Yuan had no intention of becoming someone's concubine. Without needing to even think about it, Yuan shook his head and spoke in a soft voice. I'm sorry, but I will have to refuse your offer. Azure's expression froze for a good moment after hearing his answer. After a moment of awkward silence, she tried her best to keep a smile on her face as she spoke. Can you give me your reasons? Is there anything I can do to change your mind? There really isn't any special reason for my refusal, and I don't think there is anything you could do to change my mind. Sorry, Yuan apologized again. Is that so? Azure immediately lowered her head with a dejected look on her face. Seeing this, Guoxing and Wang Jun became enraged. You bastard! You think you're hot shit because you're a little handsome? Guoxing slammed the table with his fists, causing the plates to jump. Know your place, you mere commoner. You should be rejoicing at the fact that someone like Azure would be willing to accept someone like you into her family. Wang Jun roared. Azure did not say anything regarding their remarks. almost as though she couldn't even hear them. Li Na and Zhu Ling exchanged worried glances with each other, as they did not like where the atmosphere was heading. The only person who was calm in the room was Yuan himself. He turned to look at Guixing and Wang Jun and spoke in a nonchalant voice. "Why are you upset that I refused her offer? Are the two of you, by any chance, her concubine?" "What?" They looked surprised by his question. "You're not?" Yuan tilted his head with a puzzled look on his face. "You're the first person I have made that offer to." Azure suddenly spoke in a low voice. Although neither Guixing or Wang Jun were Azure's concubines, they were certainly aiming for such a position, hence why they keep trying to appeal to her. After another moment of awkward silence, Yuan spoke. "I am delighted that you think so much of me that you'd want me as your concubine even though we've only just met, but I cannot respond to your feelings. I'm just not the type to live such a life." Huh. He probably thinks that he's too good to be a concubine and wants to start his own family. Wang Jun sneered. Even if that were true, what's wrong with that? Yuan raised an eyebrow, and he continued, "I don't see anything wrong with wanting to start a family. Though if you only care about status and your own standing, I can see why you care about that." "You dare mock me?" Wang Jun stood up with a red face, his peak spirit king cultivation gushing out of his body. "Hey, calm down," Li Na exclaimed. "Do not forget where we are. You'll be banned for life if you cause any trouble here," Zhu Ling added. Hearing their words, Wang Jun quickly calmed down. The Azure Dragon's retreat has connections to many influential people around the world because of their popularity, so it wasn't wise to cause a ruckus there. Yuan looked around the room in silence before picking up his cup of tea and drinking the rest of it in one motion. After placing the empty cup back down, he stood up and spoke. "Looks like it's about time for me to go. Thank you for the meal. It was delicious." "Wait, you think you can just leave whenever you please?" Yuan raised an eyebrow and said, "If you want me to pay for my food, I don't mind, even though it was supposed to be free." "That's not what—" "Stop it." Azure suddenly interrupted. She stood up and faced Yuan. "I'm sorry for everything. I didn't mean for things to get this hostile and awkward for you, and you have every right to refuse my offer, so don't worry about it. Of course, the meal is also on me." Azure tried her best to force a smile on her face, ending up with a stiff smile. "Thank you." Yuan smiled back. If you ever change your mind, you can come to me. There will always be a spot for you," Azure said, clearly still not giving up on her offer. Yuan silently nodded. Just as Yuan turned around to walk away, a voice resounded in his head. "You will regret offending me today." Yuan glanced at Wang Jun, who just spoke to him using divine sense. However, before he could say anything, another voice resounded, but it could be heard by everyone in the room. "Yuan." Before anyone there could react, a shadow appeared from the window that Azure had jumped out of not too long ago. When they turned to look at the window, they were graced by a beautiful young woman with golden hair and eyes. "Princess Shi, what are you doing here?" Azure exclaimed in a surprised voice. However, she merely ignored her and walked straight to Yuan. "Yuan, we need to leave immediately," she said to him. Yuan raised an eyebrow at her appearance. "What's wrong? You don't look so good. Did something happen?" he asked her. The Azure Dragon family waged war on the Shi family, she merely said, dropping this bomb on everyone in the room. "What?" Yuan's eyes widened with surprise. "You heard me. The Azure Dragon family will be attacking soon, so we don't have much time to spare here. Let's hurry up and get out of here before they trap us in here," she merely repeated. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1204. Published at 19th of September, 2023, 11:40 and 18 seconds a.m. Chapter 1204. Chapter 1204 War 3. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1204 War 3. 1204 War 3. The room became dead silent after she merely revealed the news to Yuan, who stood there with a surprised look on his face. The silence eventually broke when Azure snapped out of her daze and exclaimed in a panicked voice, Please wait a moment. The Azure Dragon family wouldn't do something like. She merely snapped her gaze to Azure and spoke with a slight frown on her face. And who are you? Are you calling me a liar? And no, I simply think that there's been a misunderstanding. My friends call me Azure, but my name is Liang, and I am from the Azure Dragon fam. Mei's eyes radiated with killing intent the moment Azure mentioned being from the Azure Dragon family. Azure subconsciously stepped back with a fearful look on her face after sensing Mei's killing intent. Please calm down. She did nothing wrong. Yuan suddenly spoke. Mei turned to look at him with a surprised look on her face. Why are you protecting her? Now that I think about it, why are you even with someone from the Azure Dragon family? It's a coincidence that she invited me to a meal. That's all. Anyways, regarding the other matter, can you tell me a little more about what happened? Mei nodded and said, I will tell you on the way back. We cannot linger in this city for any longer, or things will get dangerous for the both of us. We have to get back to warn my parents and get ready for their attack. Yuan became silent as he began pondering. A moment later, he spoke, Bring me to the Azure Dragon family. What? Mei exclaimed before continuing. Why would you want to do that? Yuan then said, If the Azure Dragon family is really waging war against the Shi family, why waste time going back when we can deal with it right now? We are already here, anyway. Mei's jaw dropped after hearing his words. Are you being serious? There's no way we can handle this by ourselves. And we're not just fighting the Azure Dragon family. The Emerald Dragon family is also working with them. Emerald Dragon family? Who are they? Yuan asked, as this was his first time hearing about them. They rule over the third largest city in this realm. They may not be as big as the Azure Dragon family, but they're still a force to be reckoned with. Are they in this city right now? Yuan then asked. No, I don't think so. Then there's nothing to be worried about. We can deal with them after we're done here. That's still suicidal. The Azure family has 3 spirit sovereigns, 19 spirit emperors, and over 3,000 spirit kings. We simply cannot deal with that much by ourselves. 3 spirit sovereigns, huh? Are they stronger than your mother? Yuan suddenly asked. Well, no, I don't think so. My mother has much more experience, superior techniques, and a superior bloodline. If my mother were to fight against them, she could probably take on 2 of them by herself. Yuan smiled after hearing this information, and he said in a confident voice, Then there's nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about. Mei was baffled by his confidence. Do you trust me? Yuan suddenly asked her. Of course I do, but this isn't just about that. At the end of the day, you're still a guest in our family. I cannot let you bear such a big responsibility and put your life at risk. Mei said with a worried look on her face. Yuan chuckled. You are thinking too much about it. In my eyes, my friend is in danger, and I only want to help her. It's as simple as that. Anyways, let's get going. We are in a hurry, right? Mei was speechless. She knew that she would endanger the both of them if she listened to Yuan's suggestion, yet she couldn't refuse him for some reason. Okay. She nodded in a dazed manner before walking towards the window. Yuan followed her. Yuan, who are you, really? Azure couldn't help but ask him as he walked past her. He looked at her and responded in a calm voice. I was just your average tourist until moments ago. Azure's eyes widened, and she continued after swallowing nervously. Then what are you now? I don't know yet. Yuan then left the restaurant through the window, following behind Mei. Many moments after they left, Azure and the others snapped out of their daze. What should we do now? If the Azure Dragon family is really going to war with the Shi family, things will get really messy for all of us. Lina began panicking when she realized the severity of their situation. A war between 2 of the biggest powers in the realm would affect everyone, even those who don't partake in the war. I don't know, but there's nothing we can do about it. Azure sighed. In the end, Azure decided to return to her family to catch up with the situation. On their way to the Azure Dragon family, Mei explained the whole situation to Yuan, who would gradually become more angry as he learned more about the situation. Sometime later, they arrived at the Azure Dragon family, spectating the situation from above. The banquet at the courtyard was completely gone, almost as though it never occurred. Instead of food and decorations, the courtyard was occupied by hundreds, if not thousands of soldiers. Of course, Patriarch Liang was there, and he appeared to be giving them a speech at the moment. Yuan, this is your last chance to change your mind. She merely looked at him with a stiff expression on her face. Yuan didn't say anything and directly began descending towards the courtyard. She merely could only release a deep sigh before following him. Once they were close enough, Patriarch Liang noticed their presence and stopped his speech to stare at them with a profound frown on his face, his gaze fixated on Yuan for some reason. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. C1205 Someone You Can Only Dream of Becoming. Chapter 1205 Someone You Can Only Dream of Becoming. 1205 Someone You Can Only Dream of Becoming. As Yuan slowly descended towards the courtyard, more and more people noticed his presence. By the time Yuan's foot reached the ground, everyone in the courtyard was staring at him with puzzled looks on their faces. The soldiers thought he was with the Azure Dragon family at first due to how calmly he behaved, but when they saw the beauty behind him and recognized her identity, they became bewildered. Who are you? Patriarch Liang questioned Yuan with a deep frown on his face, ignoring the fact that she merely had returned for some reason. When the soldiers realized that Yuan wasn't with them, they immediately prepared to apprehend him. However, since it was just 2 people against their hundreds, they weren't worried in the slightest. Name's Yuan. Yuan casually responded to Patriarch Liang before asking his own question. Are you the asshole who threatened to harm the Shi family? Patriarch Liang's eyebrows twitched upon being called an asshole. He can't even recall the last time that someone dared to disrespect him so brazenly. The soldiers and the spirit emperors beside him were speechless. But to their surprise, Patriarch Liang didn't immediately punish Yuan. Instead, he remained standing there with a somewhat hesitant look on his face for some reason. While the soldiers and the spirit emperors were too weak to sense it, Patriarch Liang and the other 2 spirit sovereigns there felt an inexplicable sense of dread coming from Yuan, almost as though their instincts were telling them, begging them to stay away from him, an unfathomable threat at all cost. What are you trying to accomplish here? Patriarch Liang asked him after a moment of silence. I think that's obvious. I'm here to prevent you from harming the Shi family. Patriarch Liang narrowed his eyes, but before he could say anything, the spirit emperors beside him began laughing madly. Where did this fool crawl from? Does he even know what kind of position he's in right now? Aha! I can't believe it even though I'm seeing it with my own eyes. But did you really come here thinking that you could stop all of us with just the 2 of you? Yuan glanced at these spirit emperors for a second, but didn't bother giving them any attention. He then continued speaking to Patriarch Liang. According to what I was told, you're going after the Shi family mostly for their blood-cleansing ceremony? If I told you that most of the blood is gone and that you won't be able to benefit from it, what will you do then? Patriarch Liang sneered. Do you really think I would give up on my ambitions because some brat is speaking nonsense? Even if that was the case, there is still plenty to benefit from conquering the Shi family. Yuan sighed. So there is nothing I can do to change your mind that doesn't result in the Azure Dragon family's destruction. Patriarch Liang's eyes widened with disbelief after hearing Yuan's words. The others also stopped laughing to stare at Yuan with deep frowns on their faces. Aha! Patriarch Liang suddenly burst out laughing. There must be something wrong with me today. To think I have been wary of you. His laughter halted suddenly, and he proceeded to glare at Yuan with intense killing intent. I don't care who you are or where you are from, but you won't get to leave this place alive. He turned to look at Shimei and continued. I don't know why you decided to return with this nut job, but you have squandered what little freedom you had left, something that I was generous enough to grant you. Shimei swallowed nervously, but she didn't say anything. Suddenly, another voice resounded. My, what do we have here? Yuan turned to look at the person who just spoke to see a handsome young man approaching them from a distance. It was Liang Xian, who had been absent from the courtyard this entire time. Shimeli, you must have had a change of heart to come back here so quickly. I knew you'd make the right choice. Don't worry, I will keep my promise and take care of you. Liang Xian spoke in a delighted tone, and on his face was a bright smile. Shimeli sneered in disdain. Don't flatter yourself. Who's that? Yuan asked her. The person I came to this city to reject, she calmly said. I see. Yuan immediately understood the situation. Liang Xian stopped walking when he finally noticed Yuan. Huh? Who the hell are you? Liang Xian stared at Yuan with an unpleasant expression on his face. Even though Liang Xian didn't know Yuan, he immediately found Yuan's presence to be obnoxious and disliked him, mostly because he instinctively felt inferior to Yuan with just a glance. I am. Yuan tried to speak, but was quickly interrupted by Shimeli. He's my partner, my beloved, and my future husband. What? Liang Xian's eyes widened with shock after hearing her words. You heard me. He's the one whom I've dedicated my heart and body to, someone you can only dream of becoming, Shimeli said in a provocative manner. After hearing such words, Liang Xian felt and heard something snap inside his head, and his eyes and face turned red. He then muttered in a low voice as his body trembled from intense anger. So he's the reason why you refused my proposal? Does that mean if I get rid of him, you might change your mind? However, before Shimeli could even respond, Liang Xian suddenly lunged forward, flying towards Yuan with his fangs showing. Wait. Stay away from him. Patriarch Liang shouted when he saw this, but Liang Xian was too angry to hear him. Liang Xian arrived in front of Yuan in a split second. Die! Liang Xian roared as he swung his claw-like hands that had been reinforced with spiritual energy at Yuan. Meanwhile, Yuan doesn't even bother to look at Liang Xian as he flicks his arm at Liang Xian's face. Pap! Liang Xian was immediately sent flying to the other side of the courtyard like an arrow released from a bow, only stopping once he smacked into the stone wall, smashing a large hole into it. The result of their clash greatly startled everyone there, especially the soldiers and the spirit emperors, as they had expected a totally different outcome. C1206 Clashing with the Azure Dragon Family. Chapter 1206 Clashing with the Azure Dragon Family. 1206 Clashing with the Azure Dragon Family. Shinner. Patriarch Liang felt his heart skip a beat after seeing his precious son fly and smash into a brick wall. He then rushed over to his son, ignoring the assailant. Shinner, are you okay? Patriarch Liang helped his son get off the floor. What just happened to me? Why does my mouth hurt so much? Liang Xian spoke while blood was still dripping from his mouth, seemingly in a daze. Blood? Why am I bleeding? Yuan had struck him so hard that he forgot what had transpired in the last few seconds. Patriarch Liang glared at Yuan and roared, How dare you injure my son? I'm going to kill you. Yuan shrugged and said in a somewhat sarcastic manner, You probably won't believe me when I say this, but I was holding back really hard just now. Your son is a little more fragile than I expected. Sorry. You son of a bitch. Patriarch Liang looked like he was on the verge of pouncing at Yuan, but he was stopped by one of the spirit emperors there. Patriarch, there's no need for you to dirty your hands over a mere spirit king. Allow me to handle this bastard for you. What? Patriarch Liang had a dumbfounded look on his face for some reason. A mere spirit king? He turned to look at Yuan, and sure enough, Yuan was only a peak spirit king. Impossible. How'd I not notice his cultivation until now? His immense presence must have overshadowed his cultivation so much that even I overlooked it. Indeed, Patriarch Liang was so distracted by Yuan's presence that he didn't notice Yuan's cultivation until now. If it was never mentioned, he would probably never notice it. Patriarch Liang felt humiliated because of this, but he wasn't the only one. The other two spirit sovereigns also hadn't noticed Yuan's cultivation until it was mentioned. Although it wasn't intentional, they felt Yuan had slapped them in the face. Wait. Another voice suddenly resounded, and it was Liang Xian who had snapped out of his daze and finally realized his situation. I will take care of him. Don't you dare lay a single finger on him until I am finished with him, he said as he walked towards Yuan. Wait, you are injured. You cannot handle him in your state, Patriarch Liang exclaimed. He did not want to hurt his son's pride by telling him that Yuan was out of his league, which would hurt him more than any physical injury could. He only caught me off guard just now. I can deal with a weakling like him even if I'm slightly injured. Liang Xian remained stubborn. Patriarch Liang gritted his teeth and glanced at the spirit emperors on standby before speaking to them using divine sense. If things get dangerous for my son, kill that man. The spirit emperors silently nodded to his orders. You ready for a second round? Yuan asked Liang Xian as he got closer. I will make sure to hold back a little more this time. Shut the fuck up. Don't act so arrogantly after getting a single lucky hit on me. Liang Xian spat on the floor right in front of Yuan. Yuan merely shrugged before turning to look at Shi and asked, Is it okay if I killed him? Why are you asking me? Shi sighed. Then she said, Actually, I want to kill him myself, so try to keep him alive if you can. Yuan smiled, all right. He returned to Liang Xian, who was fuming from anger, and continued, You're in luck. You get to live for a little longer because of her. I will fucking kill you. Liang Xian roared as he sprung forward like a tiger. A vicious glint flickered from Yuan's eyes. A chilling sensation suddenly assaulted Liang Xian's spine, almost as though his instinct were trying to warn him. Pap! The very next second, Liang Xian's figure could be seen flying towards the brick wall for a second time. However, unlike the first time, Liang Xian did not lose his memories and quickly stood back up with a humiliated look on his face. I guess I was a lucky hit as well, huh? Yuan said, provoking Liang Xian's emotions further. I'm going to skin you alive. Liang Xian roared as he began his transformation. Yuan then watched as Liang Xian's body and hair grew several inches. Shiny blue scales also started appearing over his skin, and his cultivation rose by a level. Although Yuan has seen several transformations by now, this is his first time seeing their body grow in size. His cultivation even rose by a level. Yuan thought to himself as he watched Liang Xian slowly and confidently approach him for a third time. Now that I have transformed, you won't be able to touch a single strand of my hair. Liang Xian spoke in an oddly confident manner. Be careful, Yuan. Different bloodlines have different advantages. The Azure Dragon family's advantage is their speed. Shi warned him. Speed, huh? That's right. Us Azure Dragons are top 3 of all dragon bloodlines when it comes to our natural speed, Liang Xian pridefully announced. However, Liang Xian's eyes widened when Yuan suddenly disappeared from his view, even though he didn't look away or blink his eyes. Is that so? A calm voice suddenly resounded behind Liang Xian, sending chills down his spine. He's behind you, Xianer, Patriarch Xian exclaimed. Liang Xian immediately swung around, but before he could even catch a glimpse of Yuan's figure, intense pain permeated through his face, and before he realized, he was flying towards the brick wall again. What kind of movement technique was that? Even I could barely keep up with him. Patriarch Liang exclaimed inwardly after witnessing Yuan's profound movement technique. Meanwhile, Yuan was also surprised by how fast he could move. Feng's movement technique is truly mythical. Is it because of my transformation? I feel as though I could understand it with much more ease, which is weird considering that it's a movement technique meant for phoenixes. Enough of this. Get rid of him already. Patriarch Liang suddenly shouted as he glared at the spirit emperors around him. Yes, they immediately responded before quickly surrounding Yuan. Now, this is a little more interesting. Yuan calmly smiled at them. Chapter 1207. Published at 19th of September, 2023, 11:40 and 14 seconds a.m. Chapter 1207. Chapter 1207 Clashing with the Azure Dragon Family. 2. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1207 Clashing with the Azure Dragon Family. 2. 1207 clashing with the Azure Dragon family. 2. So, are you guys going to come at me together? Yuan calmly asked the 19 spirit emperors that encircled him. If it were any other spirit king in his shoes right now, they'd be pissing their pants and on the floor begging for their life. Forget 19, they wouldn't dare to go against a single spirit emperor. However, Yuan faced these 19 experts with complete tranquility, which made these experts question whether they were really looking at a young spirit king or not. We'd be laughingstocks for the rest of our lives if word gets out that we needed 19 spirit emperors to handle a single spirit king. One of the spirit emperors spoke in a cold voice. Let me take care of this arrogant bastard who doesn't know his place. One of them suddenly stepped forward with a smirk on his face. Yuan looked at him and said, Are you sure? I'd rather live my life as a laughingstock, since I will still have my life at the very least. The spirit emperors frowned upon hearing his words, and they wondered where he was getting his confidence from. Does he have some kind of powerful artifact? He's all yours, Chen Mao. Make sure you tear him to shreds. I won't disappoint you. Chen Mao, who was the first to volunteer, smiled. Yuan turned to look at Shi Meili and asked her in a loud and conspicuous voice, Can I kill them? Of course. Shi Meili nodded. Patriarch Liang suddenly sucked his teeth and pointed at the soldiers. How long are you useless things going to stand there? Hurry up and capture that woman. I want her alive. The thousands of soldiers finally snapped out of their daze and shouted, As you command. They quickly surrounded Shi Meili, who immediately went into a defensive position. Seeing this, Yuan asked her, Are you going to be okay by yourself for a while? Or do you want to take care of them first? You are in no position to worry about others right now. Chen Mao shouted as he jumped at Yuan with claw-like hands. However, without even looking at his opponent, Yuan casually flicked his sleeve. A weird noise resounded immediately after, and Chen Mao's headless body fell to the ground. Those who witnessed what had just happened subconsciously took several steps back, their eyes widened with shock and terror. Yuan had slapped Chen Mao so hard that his entire head popped like a balloon, and one unlucky spirit emperor was smeared with blood and brains. Shi Meili swallowed nervously before responding to Yuan's question. It might be annoying to deal with this many people at once, but I will be fine. Yuan silently nodded and didn't say anything else to her. Once he was paying attention to the spirit emperors again, he said, So, are you guys going to come to me at once, or do I need to slowly kill you lot one by one? The spirit emperors were enraged by his words, but they were also terrified by him after seeing Chen Mao's death. Although none of them wanted to admit it, they did not dare to face Yuan by themselves. As since he's begging for it, let's quickly get rid of him together. Someone finally said. Unsurprisingly, nobody refused his proposal. The Yutin spirit emperors then scattered further away from Yuan by taking flight into the sky while still making sure that they surrounded him. Yuan did not do anything and silently watched their next actions. Once they were prepared, the spirit emperors began barraging Yuan with powerful martial techniques. Due to their fear of Yuan, these spirit emperors subconsciously used their full strength from the start. Each of these martial techniques were strong enough to obliterate a peak spirit king 100 times and erase multiple mountains, and there were 18 of them going off at once, which was powerful enough to violently shake the entire city. The dust and smoke caused by these techniques reached the heavens, which shocked and alarmed every individual within the city. As a result of their attack, Shi Meili and the soldiers were sent flying away before they could even do anything. The attack was so powerful and sudden that it caught even Patriarch Liang and the other 2 spirit sovereigns off guard. You fucking idiots! Are you trying to kill a single spirit king or destroy my city? Patriarch Liang immediately screamed at the spirit emperors out of anger. It was at this moment the spirit emperors realized that they had screwed up. Their faces flushed with redness when they also realized that they had feared a spirit king to the point of losing control over their power. However, they quickly justified it with Yuan's abnormal strength that killed a spirit emperor with a single slap. Fuck! No matter what happens, we will be laughingstocks once news of this spreads. The spirit emperors cried inwardly. However, At least the fear and anxiousness in their heart was no longer there with Yuan's death. But then, they heard a familiar voice, one that should no longer exist in this world, and this caused their faces to pale, their hearts to beat violently, their expressions to freeze, and their bodies to pour out sweat. I have to agree with you, Patriarch. That was dangerous, not for me, but for my friend and the citizens of this city. If I hadn't weakened the spiritual energy at the very last second, you lots would have injured my friend and blown up this entire city. The spirit emperors slowly turned their heads to look at the cloud of dust that was quickly clearing up, their faces looking as though they were looking at a ghost. Once most of the dust had settled, they could see a massive hole at the center of the courtyard, and hovering right above this hole was Yuan, who looked completely unharmed, almost as though he appeared in his spot after the attacks. Impossible! All of the spirit emperors exclaimed simultaneously after confirming Yuan's presence with their own eyes, yet they still looked to be in disbelief. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1208. Published at 19th of September, 2023, 11:40 and 12 seconds a.m. Chapter 1208. Chapter 1208 clashing with the Azure Dragon family. 3. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1208 clashing with the Azure Dragon family. 3. 1208 clashing with the Azure Dragon family. 3. Impossible. There's no way he's still alive. The spirit emperors became pale-faced when they realized that Yuan was still alive. After all, not even a spirit emperor, such as Patriarch Liang, would be able to get away unscathed from such a powerful combined attack. He must have used a powerful spiritual treasure. That must be it, and I doubt such a powerful spiritual treasure can be used again. After convincing themselves that Yuan had only survived because of a spiritual treasure, they prepared to attack him again. However, Yuan did not plan on standing still this time, as he had a feeling that these spirit emperors would do something reckless again. As the spirit emperors spread out, Yuan used his movement technique to instantly close his distance from them. When Yuan suddenly appeared in front of one of them like a ghost, the targeted spirit emperor felt his heart jump so hard that it nearly leaped out of his chest. A vicious glint flickered within Yuan's eyes, and before the spirit emperor could finish a single word, Yuan slapped him so hard his head twisted off his body before flying out of the courtyard. As the spirit emperor's headless body fell to the ground, Yuan moved to the next target. "You bastard!" The man swung his sword at Yuan. However, to his surprise, Yuan did not bother to block his attack. Thus, his attack landed on Yuan's body without any issues. However, despite using all of his strength, the man immediately realized that his sword could not penetrate Yuan's skin, let alone cut him. "Did you forget to sharpen your sword?" Yuan cracked a joke with the man before chopping off his head with a swift arm swing. The other spirit emperors were terrified by what they were witnessing. How can a single spirit king kill 3 spirit emperors with seemingly zero effort? That did not make sense unless Yuan was hiding his cultivation base, but the spirit sovereigns would have noticed if that were the case. Furthermore, nobody there recognized Yuan, and they had never seen him until today. Do not panic. No matter what kind of trick he has up his sleeves, he won't be able to use them forever. Let's cover each other and deal with him together. The strongest spirit emperor there shouted at the others. Hearing such words, the spirit emperors quickly snapped out of their daze and came together, forming a defensive formation. If people learned that 16 spirit emperors had formed a defensive formation against a single spirit king, the entire world would laugh at them, but these spirit emperors could care less about their pride at this moment, when their lives were hanging by the edge. Meanwhile, Patriarch Liang and the other 2 spirit sovereigns had deep frowns on their faces as they wondered what kind of monster they were facing. They were certain that Yuan wasn't hiding his cultivation base, yet the things he was doing said otherwise. Fuck, where the hell did this bastard come from? We have spied on the Shi family and gathered every little information that we could possibly on them for hundreds of thousands of years. There's no way that he's managed to remain hidden for that long. Patriarch Liang gritted his teeth in frustration. The Azure Dragon family has been gathering information for many generations, yet they have never heard of someone like Yuan. Unless he remained in hiding without showing even the slightest of presence for that long, there was simply no possible way that someone as profound as him could evade their eyes. For a brief moment, Patriarch Liang wondered if their world was no longer secluded and that Yuan came from the outside world, but that seemed even less likely. No, wait. There were rumors of a human appearing in the ancient dragon city about a year ago. No, that's not possible. Although Shi Shengma tried his best to keep Yuan's existence a secret, it was simply impossible to do so perfectly, especially after the spectacle that happened during the Dragon Awakening ritual. Not to mention Yuan showing up at the Dragon Ancestral Temple and beating up multiple renowned warriors. It was inevitable that Yuan's existence would not remain a secret. However, because the rumors were so ridiculous, Patriarch Liang immediately treated such information as nonsense and no longer bothered with it. Once the Spirit Emperors were in formation, Yuan turned to look at the Patriarch Sovereign and spoke in a calm voice. Hey, are you really okay with all of your soldiers dying to me? If you don't want them to die a pointless death, you should face me yourself, alongside the other two Spirit Sovereigns. Hearing such words, Patriarch Liang sneered in disdain. Don't be so full of yourself just because you managed to kill a few of my soldiers using some hidden spiritual treasure. If you can still talk so arrogantly after using up all of your tricks, I will be your opponent. Until then, you can have fun with my soldiers. In the end, Patriarch Liang still believed that Yuan was using some kind of trick to defeat the three Spirit Emperors. Yuan sighed as he turned to look at the Spirit Emperors. You heard him. It's unfortunate, but you have been abandoned. The Spirit Emperors gritted their teeth in anger, but not because Patriarch Liang abandoned them. Let's show this fucker that he can only go so far using tricks. Grand Dragon Formation, advance. The 16 Spirit Emperors began advancing towards Yuan while remaining grouped together, leaving 0 openings in their formation. Seeing this, Yuan retrieved his Empyrean Overlord and took a deep breath. When the Spirit Emperors saw Yuan holding the sword, they could immediately feel an overwhelming sense of dread, almost as if they could already sense that their death was near. Don't stop. He won't be able to harm us as long as we stay in formation. The leader of the group shouted. Their aura intensified, causing the air around them to tremble. However, Yuan ignored all that and casually swung his sword at them. A chilling sword light flashed before the group's eyes, and before they realized, their entire formation had been destroyed in the blink of an eye, with everyone inside the formation severed in half. I'm POS. SI. A dying mumble filled with disbelief resounded before dead silence filled the area. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip, you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1209, published at 19th of September, 2023, 11:40 and 11 seconds a.m. Chapter 1209. Chapter 1209, clashing with the Azure Dragon family. 4. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1209, clashing with the Azure Dragon family. 4. 1209, clashing with the Azure Dragon family. 4. After the blast that had sent everyone flying, Shimeli quickly stabilized herself before turning to look at the massive smoke, her eyes filled with worry. Yuan. She silently prayed to the Dragon God for his safety. But then she realized that she could use her divine sense. And sure enough, she could sense Yuan's presence. This meant that he was still alive, at the very least. As for the Spirit Emperors and the Spirit Sovereigns, they were so certain that Yuan had turned into atoms from the attack that they didn't even think for a second that he could still be alive. Once she merely confirmed that Yuan was still alive, she turned her attention to the soldiers that were still struggling to stand up from the explosion. The majority of these soldiers were between Spirit Grandmaster and Spirit King, so they were not able to withstand the force, unlike Shimeli, who was a Spirit Emperor. When Shimeli saw the opportunity, she did not let it go to waste and immediately rushed toward the large group of soldiers with a focused look on her face. Get on your feet. We're being attacked." Horrified screams immediately resounded as she melee wreaked havoc within the enemy lines, her punches strong enough to obliterate her target, causing their bodies to explode violently. "Surround her. Attack her from all sides." One of the Spirit Kings commanded the others from aback, his face full of sweat. But alas, no matter how many Spirit Grandmasters or Spirit Kings they threw at Shimeli, they would all perish before her bloodied fists. This is what normally happens when a Spirit King fights with a Spirit Emperor. They simply cannot overcome the difference in their strength. Therefore, it was no wonder the Spirit Emperors all looked down on Yuan, as it was simple logic that a Spirit King cannot defy a Spirit Emperor with the assistance of some godly spiritual treasure. Within moments, before Yuan even emerged from the smoke, dozens of Azure Dragon family's soldiers perished. By the time Yuan revealed his presence again, Shimeli had killed 100 soldiers. Patriarch Liang and the other two Spirit Sovereigns were too focused on Yuan's battle with the Spirit Emperor, so much so that they forgot about Shimeli and were unaware of her slaughtering. A few minutes later, Yuan killed all 16 Spirit Emperors with a single swing of his sword. When the soldiers saw this, they almost lost all of their courage and desire to fight, even though they still had 3 Spirit Sovereigns on their side. Shimeli was too focused on slaughtering the soldiers, so she didn't notice it at first, but when she saw the terrified and shocked expressions on the soldiers' faces in the back, she subconsciously turned to look behind her, where those soldiers were looking at. She was puzzled at first when she couldn't see any of the Spirit Emperors while Yuan was hovering in the air by himself, but when she noticed the mutilated bodies on the ground beneath Yuan, her eyes nearly popped out of their sockets for shock. Although Shimeli wasn't worried that Yuan wouldn't be able to defeat the Spirit Emperors since he's managed to defeat even her mother, she truly did not expect him to deal with the Spirit Emperors so quickly and effortlessly. "Why, you bastard! How dare you kill all of my generals? I will make you pay." Patriarch Liang suddenly roared with anger, his flushed face nearly releasing smoke. Even if he's managed to take over the Shi family, losing 19 Spirit Emperors was a huge blow for his Azure Dragon family, as it took them countless resources and time to cultivate those Spirit Emperors. Yuan turned to look at Patriarch Liang with a nonchalant expression, and he spoke. "Do you even have the right to be angry? You also can't say that I didn't warn you. If you'd come to face me yourself, they wouldn't have lost their life so pointlessly." After a slight pause, he continued, "Actually, they would have still died, since this is war after all. Though, at least you wouldn't have had to watch them die." Patriarch Liang suddenly released a loud roar, causing the entire place to tremble. "You'll regret running your mouth." Patriarch Liang then flew at Yuan with a thick spear in his grasp. The other 2 Spirit Sovereigns looked at each other as they wondered what they should do. It was at this moment that they noticed the mayhem happening not far away, where Shimeli was still slaughtering the soldiers. One of them frowned and said to the other, "Go take care of that woman before she kills all of our soldiers. I'll watch over the Patriarch to make sure nothing happens to him. Make sure you don't kill her. The young master will be really angry since he desperately yearns for her." "Sure." The Spirit Sovereign then went over to Shimeli to confront her. Yuan noticed this, but he didn't immediately act. "How dare you look away while facing me?" Patriarch Liang shouted as he lunged his spear at Yuan. Clang! Yuan effortlessly blocked the attack with his sword and said, "The 3 of you should have attacked me together instead of splitting up. You'd have a higher chance of landing a hit on me, too." A mere Spirit King. Patriarch Liang's aura exploded, and his assault became even more aggressive and powerful. However, no matter how much Patriarch Liang lunged his spear at Yuan, he couldn't land a single hit on Yuan, and he didn't know why. "Why am I struggling so much to hit this bastard, who's moving slower than me?" and is only defending. Patriarch Liang truly couldn't comprehend it. Is this all you've got? If so, they'll end it right away, as I'm falling asleep from boredom right now. Yuan suddenly said in a nonchalant voice, "Shut your damn mouth already." Patriarch Liang released another roar, and his body started to transform the very next moment. His body grew bigger, his hair grew longer, and his aura skyrocketed. As for his cultivation, it rose from 3rd-level Spirit Sovereign to 5th-level Spirit Sovereign. Die, you bastard! Patriarch Liang swung his spear, which was engulfed in some sort of azure-colored aura, at Yuan. Clang! For the first time, Yuan was pushed back by Patriarch Liang's spear. "How dare you look away while facing me?" Patriarch Liang shouted as he, however, for some reason, Yuan still had the same bored expression on his face. This infuriated Patriarch Liang, who was on the verge of losing his mind now. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. C1210 Dragon's Soul Awakening. Chapter 1210 Dragon Soul Awakening. 1210 Dragon Soul Awakening. That bastard is really fighting on equal footing with the Patriarch, who is already transformed. No, he might even be ahead. Is he actually an unknown expert with a hidden cultivation? Where did someone like him come from? The Spirit Sovereign, watching from a distance, wondered inwardly, feeling an inexplicable sense of dread. At this rate, he will have to join Patriarch Liang and fight this monster of unknown origin together. Meanwhile, the other Spirit Sovereign that went to stop Shimei's slaughtering appeared in front of her like a ghost, right as she was a split second away from taking another soldier's life, blocking her strike. Shimei was so absorbed in her slaughtering that she didn't notice the Spirit Sovereign's presence until he appeared in front of her. Once she realized this, she quickly distanced herself from him and became defensive. "Why don't you be a good little dragon and stay down? I don't want to hurt you, even though you've already killed hundreds of my men. After all, the young master wouldn't want to see any bruises on your body later." The Spirit Sovereign said to her with a cold expression on his face. Shimei smiled and said, "Then you don't have to worry, since he won't ever get such a chance." The Spirit Sovereign sighed before speaking again. "Do you really want to fight me? Unlike that monster over there, you don't have what it takes. I'm more than enough for someone like you. Luckily for me, you are the weakest of the three." The Spirit Sovereign's eyebrows twitched after hearing Shimei's words. Indeed, he was the weakest of the 3 Spirit Sovereigns in terms of prowess, and that has always been his biggest insecurity, so he immediately flew into a rage after being reminded of it. The Spirit Sovereign then spoke while gritting his teeth. "Now that I think about it, we have plenty of effective medicine, so it won't matter even if I break all of the bones in your body." The Spirit Sovereign's aura exploded after saying that, and he flew towards Shimei with his hands tightly grasped into fists. Shimei didn't hesitate to release all of her cultivation before clashing with him. Although Shimei was not as monstrous as Yuan, she was capable of holding her own against a Spirit Sovereign as a Spirit Emperor. In terms of talent, she has the highest potential in her family, even though she rarely cultivates due to their peaceful environment. If Shimingza hadn't encouraged and basically forced Shimei to train with her, she wouldn't be anywhere as strong as she is today. Whoosh! The soldiers around them were blown away by the impact of their exchanges once they began fighting. Che! I guess her royal bloodline isn't just for show. The Spirit Sovereign was surprised to see Shimei holding her own against him. Meanwhile, Yuan was in the middle of fighting Patriarch Liang, and he noticed what was going on with Shimei, but since she didn't appear to be in any imminent danger, he didn't intervene. This fucking bastard. I cannot go all out on him, because I will destroy my city along with him. Patriarch Liang's frustration grew as he continued to fight Yuan. Since they were still in the middle of his city, he couldn't use any destructive techniques to deal with Yuan. Thus, he started to think of ways to bring Yuan out of the city. where he could unleash his full strength. However, since he couldn't even manage to push Yuan back, he couldn't imagine how he'd force Yuan out of the city. Eventually, he found a solution to his dilemma. While he may not be able to force Yuan outside the city, he could easily force C1215 outside, and he gambled that Yuan would follow her outside on his own accord. Thus, Patriarch Liang immediately spoke to the spirit sovereign that was fighting with her through divine sense. Bring C1215 outside the city as soon as possible. Although the spirit sovereign didn't know Patriarch Liang's intentions at first, he didn't question it and used a technique that released a powerful blast of wind at C1215. What the? C1215 was caught off guard by this random technique and was sent flying out of the courtyard before stabilizing herself. However, the spirit sovereign would use the technique again before she could fully stabilize herself, sending her flying again. Are you messing with me? C1215 shouted at him in an annoyed voice, as she also had no clue what was going on. But alas, she was sent flying again for a third time without receiving any answers. C1215 was incredibly frustrated by now. Even though the wind wasn't injuring her, it was not something she could really fight back with her inferior cultivation. Naturally, Yuan noticed this, and he said to Patriarch Liang after understanding the situation, "If you wanted to fight me in a different location, you could have just asked, since I wouldn't have refused. After all, I wouldn't want anyone innocent getting hurt." And without saying anything else, Yuan flew in the direction that C1215 was sent flying towards. By the time he caught up with her, C1215 was already many miles away from the city. "I swear, I will kill you." C1215 roared in anger as she tried to fix her messy hair. "Are you okay?" Yuan appeared beside her shortly after. "Yes, they wanted to bring us outside the city, where they can fight us with all of their strength and not destroy their city," Yuan explained to her. Everything made sense to C1215 after hearing this, but she was still upset that she was sent flying in such a manner. Eventually, Patriarch Liang and his army appeared before Yuan and C1215 again. "Now that you can use your full strength, you no longer have any excuses left as to why you cannot defeat me," Yuan said to Patriarch Liang with a provoking smile on his face. "You won't be arrogant for much longer, you little bastard." Patriarch Liang sneered. He turned to look at the spirit sovereign that had been fighting C1215 and said to him, "General Zheng, you will handle C1215. I will handle that annoying bastard. General Wan, you will march the army towards the ancient dragon city, where the Emerald Dragon family will be waiting for us." General Wan had a surprised look on his face, and he proceeded to express his concerns. "My lord, shouldn't I stay here with you just in case anything happens to you?" However, Patriarch Liang immediately frowned at him and spoke in a low but cold voice. "Are you implying that I won't be able to defeat him and will need your help?" "And my apologies, Lord Liang. That wasn't my intention. I will lead the army and work with the Emerald Dragon family until your arrival. Then get out of here. We will regroup with you once we're done here. It won't take long." General Wan then left the scene, taking with him thousands of soldiers. "Shouldn't we at least try to stop them?" C1215 turned to ask Yuan, as General Wan left with the soldiers. "Don't worry, I don't intend on letting them reach the city. We'll be done here before they can go anywhere," Yuan said as he readied his Empyrean overlord. C1215 nodded, and she retrieved a golden spear from her spatial ring. "Mother lent this to me as a good luck charm. I didn't think I would be using it." C1215 mumbled as she caressed her family's heirloom, the dragon's soul. Yuan glanced at the dragon's soul, and for some reason, he could feel a weird sensation coming from it, almost as though it was trying to communicate with him. Unfortunately, he did not have the time to ponder, as Patriarch Liang and General Zheng began their attack the next moment. Boom! When Patriarch Liang and Yuan clashed with each other, a powerful ripple swept the area. Patriarch Liang's prowess had increased exponentially now that he no longer has to worry about destroying his city. "You should have never stuck your nose in our business, you nobody. Now you will die for it," Patriarch Liang said to Yuan after pushing him back multiple times during their clashes. "And you should have never threatened the Shi family," Yuan calmly said, and his aura suddenly spiked. "What?" Patriarch Liang was startled, even shocked by Yuan's sudden domineering aura that was multiple times stronger than just seconds ago. Meanwhile, the dragon's soul in Mei's grasp began trembling when it sensed Yuan's aura. What is going on? Mei looked at her spear with a bewildered expression, as she has never seen the dragon's soul acting in such a manner before. C1211 Patriarch Liang's Trump Card. Chapter 1211 Patriarch Liang's Trump Card. 1211 Patriarch Liang's Trump Card. What's happening to the dragon's soul? I have never seen it acting like this before. Mei silently stared at the spear in her grasp, with a bewildered expression on her face. As far as she was aware, the dragon's soul has never bonded with anyone within her family. She has always wondered why the dragon's soul was in her family's possession even though nobody could use it. The dragon's soul has remained asleep for countless years. It isn't a coincidence that it's showing signs of awakening now. A certain face appeared inside her mind, but before she could really think about it, she was disturbed by General Zheng. "Did you already forget about me?" General Zheng roared as he swung his halberd at Mei, who quickly reacted by lifting the dragon's soul to block the incoming attack. Clang! Mei was sent flying back by the immense force coming from the strike, and she could even feel a numbing sensation in her hands afterward. "Unfortunately, I do not have the time to play with you anymore," General Zheng said, his aura slowly increasing as he began his transformation. "Since you seem to be in a hurry, I will do you a favor and kill you soon," Mei said, and the atmosphere around her suddenly changed. Her hair grew slightly longer, her golden eyes began glowing, and golden scales began appearing on her body. General Zheng snickered at her transformation. "Is that all your transformation can achieve? Besides looking a little different, you don't seem any stronger." Mei didn't say anything and readied her spear. When they clashed again a moment later, General Zheng's eyes widened when he felt the overwhelming strength behind Mei's strike and was pushed back several steps. Although she doesn't look any stronger and her cultivation remains the same, she's actually several times stronger than before her transformation. After coming to this realization, General Zheng stopped underestimating Mei and began taking her seriously. Meanwhile, several miles away, Patriarch Liang was experiencing a situation that he never even dreamed of being possible. "What's wrong? You haven't opened your mouth in a while now." Yuan's voice resounded as Patriarch Liang held a panicked expression on his face. Patriarch Liang gritted his teeth, but no words came out. "You were acting so high and mighty not long ago, too." Yuan's figure suddenly disappeared before Patriarch Liang's eyes. Half a second later, Patriarch Liang could sense a presence behind him, awakening his goosebumps. "He's behind me." Patriarch Liang immediately twisted his body to turn around while swinging his weapon in motion. Clang! A powerful ripple was created as Patriarch Liang's weapon flew into Yuan's Empyrean overlord at full force. However, Yuan did not budge a single inch despite Patriarch Liang using his full strength. Yuan released a low snort before swinging his arm. The very next moment, Patriarch Liang's body was sent flying into the distance like a rag doll being tossed across the street. After stabilizing himself with much effort, Patriarch Liang did not look surprised by what had just happened, as he had been tossed several times by now. Instead of surprise, Patriarch Liang had a terrified expression on his face, looking like someone who could not find a way out of their trouble. Impossible! Why is he so strong? If he's using a spiritual treasure, there's no way something so powerful could last this long. He must be an expert in disguise. But how come we have never heard of him before? Just where the fuck have you been hiding all this time? And why are you showing yourself now? Patriarch Liang subconsciously shouted out what was inside his mind. Does any of that really matter? Yuan calmly responded. Fuck. Patriarch Liang suddenly tilted his head and released a deafening roar that caused the air to tremble. When he looked at Yuan again, his eyes were bloodshot and desperate. "This is my trump card, and I was saving this treasure for the Shi family, but you're clearly a bigger threat than them as a whole." Patriarch Liang muttered as he reached inside his spatial ring to bring out what appeared to be a single piece of golden scale. Yuan raised an eyebrow after seeing the scale. He has no idea what he was looking at and why Patriarch Liang brought it out. Do you know what this is? Patriarch Liang held the scale in front of him as he asked Yuan. Should I? Yuan asked. Patriarch Liang showed a wide smirk on his face as he spoke. You probably know that there are two dragons that are accepted as dragon gods by the dragon race. The Great One and the Dragon Ancestor. However, what if I told you that there actually existed a third dragon? A dragon god that surpassed the other two? Oh, Yuan's interest was immediately piqued by such words. This third dragon god also had a supreme bloodline, but it was somehow incomparably stronger than the other two with a similar bloodline. If this dragon god hadn't disappeared into thin air, it would be ruling the entire dragon race by now. I'm sure of it. Patriarch Liang had a look of deep admiration as he spoke of this third dragon god, almost as though he was speaking of his own ancestor. And this scale right here belongs to that third dragon god. Even though it is only a tiny portion of a single piece of scale, it contains enough power to obliterate any dragon that is below the realm of divinity. You may be strong, perhaps even at the cultivation level of spirit enlightenment, but you definitely haven't reached the divine realm yet. However, I will give you one last chance. Come work for me, and I will spare your life. After a moment of silence, Yuan spoke in a sarcastic tone. I appreciate such a generous offer, but I very much would like to see what that scale can do, so I will have to refuse your offer. Patriarch Liang sneered in disdain. Then you could die for me. He then clenched the golden scale and poured his spiritual energy into it, causing it to emit a bright and mythical light that filled the area with a rainbow-colored aurora. C1212, the Third Dragon God. Chapter 1212, the Third Dragon God. 1212, the Third Dragon God. After pouring almost all of his spiritual energy into the fragment of dragon scale, Patriarch Liang roared with excitement. Come forth and show this lowly dog your unfathomable prowess, Dragon God. The fragment of dragon scale shattered in Patriarch Liang's grasp, releasing a powerful ripple that swept through the entire realm and alerted every expert in the world. The ripple also carried with it an ancient roar that vibrated the heart and soul of every individual that heard it, causing their blood to boil in excitement, almost as though they were reacting to it. Did you feel that? Shi Shima had a shocked expression on his face as he turned to look at Shi Mingze, who also looked extremely baffled. I felt it. What the hell was that? Shi Mingze swallowed nervously. It came from the direction of... They both turned to look in the direction of Azure Dragon City. I hope they aren't involved. Shi Shima rubbed his eyes in a stressful manner as he sighed. Yet I have a feeling that something unprecedented is happening over there. If you are that worried, why don't you go there and check up on them? Shi Mingze said. You want me to show up unannounced in another city? I don't want any trouble with the Azure Dragon family, since we have been at peace for countless years now. I don't understand why you like them. If you ask me, I think there's something weird about them. Shi Mingze shook her head. I never said I like them, but they haven't given me a reason to dislike them. That's more than enough for me. Anyways, regardless if the two of them are involved or not, I'm going to investigate the source of the ripple. I have a bad feeling about this. Shi Mingze then said, I will go with you. Whatever caused that ripple isn't something you can handle by yourself. Frankly speaking, it terrified me for a second, and I have never experienced such fear before. Shi Mingze noticed that Shi Shengmo's body was trembling slightly, but she couldn't blame him. Meanwhile, the majority of the people living in that realm were shaking in fear. Back at the location where the ripple originated from, Shi Meili and General Zheng had temporarily stopped their fight to watch the spectacle before them. What is that? Shi Meili muttered in a dazed voice as a majestic and massive dragon made of light hovered in the air, surrounding Yuan and Patriarch Liang. This dragon had a transparent body and scales, and it looked like an illusion that was only half completed. However, despite that, It had a very real aura that was unlike anything she may have felt before. It was domineering and unfathomably deep, so deep that she mainly feared it might consume her if she tried to peek into its power. As for Yuan, he seemed surprised by how much power was contained within such a small fragment of a scale, but it wasn't enough to scare him, as he has encountered people that could rival, even surpass its aura. If such power is contained within a fragment of a scale, just how powerful is the dragon as a whole? Now, that would be terrifying. Yuan thought to himself as he gazed upon the dragon with a calm face. Ha! Are you so scared that you don't even know how to react? This is what you get for messing with me, with my Azure family. Patriarch Liang laughed like a maniac, his arms spread out with joy as he basked in the dragon's aura. Unfortunately, it's too late to beg for your life now. Patriarch Liang pointed at Yuan and roared, "Swallow this ant, Almighty Dragon God!" The Dragon God released a deafening roar that shook the world before flying towards Yuan with its mouth wide open. Yuan raised his Empyrean overlord and prepared to meet the Dragon God head-on. However, Yuan suddenly lowered his sword with a weird look on his face. "Yuan, what are you doing? How can you give up without a fight?" She merely cried out loud after seeing his actions, as she thought that he had given up before the Dragon God's prowess. Ha! It's only natural. Not even heaven would have the courage to face the Dragon God, much less a little dragon. Patriarch Liang laughed out loud. "Yuan." She merely suddenly raised an eyebrow when she noticed Yuan's eyes that were devoid of fear. In fact, he did not look like someone who had given up. I don't know what this feeling in my body is, but I do know that it's telling me to not fight the Dragon God. Yuan thought inwardly as he waited for the Dragon God to reach him. Sure enough, once the Dragon God reached Yuan, it stopped moving right in front of him. The unexpected turn of events baffled Patriarch Liang, who was completely speechless by what was happening. What's going on? Why did the Dragon God stop? Patriarch Liang has no idea what was happening. In fact, he has never used the scale before until today, so he only assumed it was a spiritual treasure, a weapon of mass destruction due to the amount of spiritual energy contained within. Unbeknownst to him and everyone there, the scale was not a weapon, and Patriarch Liang only had one thing right about it, that it belonged to the third Dragon God. "What are you doing? Kill that bastard." Patriarch Liang roared at the Dragon God when he ran out of patience. Eventually, the Dragon God began moving again, ramming straight at Yuan. Yes, Patriarch Liang clenched his jaw and fists when he saw this. But what happened next caused his eyes to pop out of their sockets. Instead of destroying Yuan like Patriarch Liang had hoped and imagined, the Dragon God entered Yuan's body and disappeared within. After consuming the Dragon God, Yuan could feel something change inside his body. As for the specifications, he did not know what had changed. What? Dragon Goddess? Yuan's eyes widened with surprise after learning this information through the system. He definitely did not expect the third Dragon God to be female. C1213 Asking for Mercy. Chapter 1213 Asking for Mercy. 1213 Asking for Mercy. After consuming Dragon Goddess, Yu's memories. Images immediately began flashing inside Yuan's head. These images were clearly the Dragon Goddess memories, but Yuan did not have the time to indulge himself in her memories at this moment. What did you do just now? Patriarch Liang roared in a terrified and confused tone, his expression looking as though he just witnessed a ghost. Yuan looked at him with a nonchalant gaze and asked, "Where did you acquire that scale? If you tell me, I will tell you what I did." Patriarch Liang gritted his teeth. As much as he didn't want to answer Yuan, he wanted to know what had happened. So he reluctantly answered, "It was passed down by my ancestors, and I was told that they had it before coming to this world. That's all I really know about it." This made Yuan wonder if the Azure Dragon family has any relations with the Dragon Goddess, or if they simply found the scale by chance. Regardless, he does not have any intentions to spare Patriarch Liang or the Azure Dragon family for threatening the Shi family. I see. Yuan calmly mumbled before readying the Empyrean Overlord. When Patriarch Liang saw this, his body immediately tensed. Wait. You said that you'd tell me what you did to the Dragon God, if I told you how I acquired it. I consumed it. Yuan casually responded before flying towards Patriarch Liang with killing intent in his eyes. Patriarch Liang could feel all of his scales rising. Although there were no changes to Yuan's aura after he consumed the Dragon Goddess memories, there was a slight difference in his atmosphere. He felt colder and more vicious to Patriarch Liang, who was in full panic mode now that his trump card did nothing to stop Yuan. Wait. Let's talk about this. Patriarch Liang pleaded as Yuan reached him. However, Yuan ignored his pleas and tossed Patriarch Liang's body around like a sandbag. After several moments of humiliation, Yuan stopped messing around and sliced off one of Patriarch Liang's arms. Aya! Patriarch Liang released a loud and painful roar that traveled miles. My lord! General Zheng halted his fight with Shimei after hearing the scream. You are in no position to look away. Shimei became more aggressive after seeing Yuan dominate Patriarch Liang, her motivation soaring toward the sky, even though she was losing slightly just moments ago. Get off me. I have no time to play with you anymore. General Zheng roared as he unleashed all of his spiritual energy at Shimei, as he no longer cared if he killed her or not. Shimei tried her best to resist the spiritual energy, but she could only block 90% before she was sent flying by the rest of the spiritual energy. Meanwhile, General Zheng flew toward Yuan and Patriarch Liang's direction. Where do you think you're going? Shimei quickly stabilized herself before chasing after General Zheng, who was slightly faster than her. Some distance away, Yuan tossed Patriarch Liang around a few more times before severing his second arm. Patriarch Liang knew that he had no chance of defeating Yuan at this point and gave up entirely. After getting his second arm severed, Patriarch Liang kneeled on the ground with an oddly tranquil look on his face. What are you doing? You know I won't forgive you even if you kowtow for forgiveness. Yuan asked as he stood before Patriarch Liang. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I am asking for mercy. Patriarch Liang calmly responded. I will stop struggling and give you my life. However, before you kill me, I want you to know that the majority of my children are not aware of my ambitions, and they are completely innocent. If you still insist on slaughtering my family after this, just know that you are killing people whose only crime is being part of my family. Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly after hearing this, and he calmly responded, I have no intentions of going after your family. I will leave their fate in the Shi family's hands, and am sure the Shi family will thoroughly investigate everything, too. Patriarch Liang released a sigh of relief after hearing Yuan's response, and he calmly closed his eyes, silently awaiting his death. Don't you dare lay your filthy hands on him. General Zheng's voice resounded as he finally reached their location. However, almost as though he couldn't hear General Zheng, Yuan swung his sword without hesitation, decapitating Patriarch Liang in a swift motion. My lord! General Zheng roared, and as he arrived before Yuan with bloodshot eyes, he unleashed every ounce of spiritual energy inside his body at Yuan. Yuan didn't say anything and merely glanced at General Zheng before casually throwing a single fist at him. Yuan's seemingly indestructible fist tore through General Zheng's spiritual energy like it was nothing before smashing him straight in the face. Pop! General Zheng's head exploded like a balloon, and his headless body collapsed right beside Patriarch Liang's body. Shimei came to a slow halt as she stared at Yuan with wide eyes. She knew that Yuan was unfathomably powerful, but she didn't think that he was so powerful that he could kill two spirit sovereigns in the blink of an eye. After snapping out of her daze, she nervously approached him. Are you okay, Yuan? She asked him in a low voice. The cold expression on Yuan's face immediately softened, and he turned to look at her with a warm smile. I'm fine. What about you? Are you hurt? Just some scratches. He'll be fine, Shimei said with a stiff smile. Although her body looked perfectly fine on the outside, she had some internal injuries such as broken bones, but it wasn't anything life-threatening, and such injuries will easily heal for a divine beast like her. Yuan knew this, and when she merely saw his look, she quickly said, "Don't worry, I am really fine. Anyways, we are not finished yet, since the Azure Dragon family's army is still marching towards our city, not to mention the Emerald Dragon family." Yuan nodded. "All right, let's deal with the rest of the Azure Dragon family first." However, right as they began moving, Yuan suddenly sensed two familiar presences flying in their direction at high speed. "What's the matter?" she merely asked him, but she didn't need an answer since she also sensed these presences a moment later. Sure enough, Shi Shengma and Shi Mingze appeared before them shortly after. C1214 City Engulfed in Flames. Chapter 1214 City Engulfed in Flames. 1214 City Engulfed in Flames. Yuan. "Meili, is everything okay?" Shi Mingze was the first to speak after their arrival. "We are fine, but what are you two doing here?" She merely stared at them with a dazed look on her face. "We heard a powerful dragon's roar unlike anything we've heard before, so we rushed here to investigate," Shi Shengma said. "You heard that from here?" She merely was surprised. It was at this moment Shi Shengma and Shi Mingze noticed the corpses behind her. That face. Patriarch Liang and General Zheng? Why are they dead? What happened here? Shi Shengma exclaimed. He didn't think for a second that Yuan or Shi Meili were responsible for their deaths, even though they were on the scene with nobody else there. In fact, he believed that they were killed by the unknown entity that released the dragon's roar. Is this also caused by that dragon? Shi Mingze swallowed nervously. If the entity dared to kill someone as prominent as Patriarch Liang, it probably won't hesitate to go after them either. Actually, about that, Shi Meili had a nervous smile on her face, her body fidgeting slightly. What happened? Shi Shengma stared at her intensively. Yuan stepped in and said, I'm responsible for this. What? Shi Shengma and Shi Mingze turned to look at him with wide eyes filled with disbelief. I killed them, he repeated with more clarity. You killed Patriarch Liang. Why would you do such a thing? Shi Shengma exclaimed. Give us a chance to explain, Shi Meili said, and she proceeded to explain the entire situation to her parents. Unsurprisingly, they became increasingly upset as they heard the details. That traitorous snake, Patriarch Shui, how dare he lust after my wife, after everything our family has done for their family? Shi Shengma appeared to be more angry at Patriarch Shui lusting after Shi Mingze than Patriarch Liang wanting to consume their Shi family. The Azure Dragon family and the Emerald Dragon family are working together to take down our Shi family, huh? Although I'm a little surprised, I can't say that I didn't see this coming. Shi Mingze sighed. You knew they'd attack? Yuan raised an eyebrow. Well, not really, but I always had this uncomfortable feeling about them, like they're up to no good. Shi Mingze casually shrugged, her reaction to the situation somewhat lackluster. Regardless, I would like to extend my utmost gratitude to you, as well as apologize for putting you in such a position. Yuan shook his head and said, I am doing this because I want to. You don't have to thank me. Anyways, we should continue our chatter later, once we end this whole thing, as the situation is still progressing as we speak. Patriarch Liang then said, since Azure Dragon City is much closer, we'll use the teleporter there to get back to our city as soon as possible. The four of them proceeded to rush toward the city. When they arrived at the teleporter, their presence, without a doubt, shocked everyone there. Isn't that Emperor Shi from ancient Dragon City? What is he doing all the way over here? That's Princess Shi, as well as Empress Shi. Almost their entire family is present. Shi Shengma walked straight to the front of the line to speak with the manager. Send us to ancient Dragon City immediately. He expected the manager to comply without any trouble. But to his surprise, the manager appeared hesitant as he stood there with a nervous look on his face. Need I repeat myself? Killing intent began appearing in Shi Shengma's gaze. All right, away. The manager immediately began moving swiftly. Should we kill him? He's obviously working with the Azure Dragon family. She merely asked. We'll deal with it, a thorough investigation. He might be a victim as well, you know. Shimingza calmly responded. Moments later, the teleporter was ready. Yuan and the others immediately entered the teleporter, arriving at the ancient dragon city instantly. However, by the time they arrived, the entire city was already engulfed in chaos, as the Azure Dragon family's army and the Emerald Dragon family had arrived some time ago and started attacking the moment they arrived. Their sudden invasion definitely surprised the citizens, and with the Shi family's absence, they were unsure of what to do. With that being said, the citizens of ancient Dragon City did not wait around to be slaughtered and fought back. Those fucking bastards. Shi Xingmo's face twisted with anger as he witnessed the dire situation. Dear, you must return to the palace immediately and take control of our forces. We will stay behind and deal with these intruders. Shimingza said to Shi Xingmo. Shi Xingmo nodded and quickly made his way back to the palace. Meanwhile, Yuan, Shi Meili, and Shi Mingza went to take care of the intruders that were wreaking havoc within the city. Fortunately, that didn't take too long since there weren't that many intruders. However, that meant that the majority of the Azure Dragon families and Emerald Dragon families' forces had yet to invade. Indeed, the majority of their forces were stationed outside the city, patiently waiting for Patriarch Liang's arrival before they fully engage, completely unaware that they were waiting for someone who would not show up no matter how long they waited. What is taking Patriarch Liang and General Zheng so long? They should have been here ages ago. Patriarch Chui complained as he was getting impatient. We had some unexpected trouble right after you left, but rest assured, they will be here shortly. General Wan said. Anyways, why isn't the Shi family responding to our presence? It's like they're not even here. This war might end sooner than we expected. Patriarch Chui wondered out loud. Though, as much as I want this war to end smoothly, that is only wishful thinking. I don't know what the Shi family is doing, but their silence is giving me an ominous feeling. C1215 Kneel. Chapter 1215 Kneel. 1215 Kneel. Kill the intruders. Defend the palace until my parents return. Shi Murong's voice echoed within the palace as he slaughtered the intruders. When the intruders showed up, Shi Murong took command of the guards to defend his home. Although the palace is heavily guarded, they were still outnumbered by the intruders. If it weren't for Xiao Hua, Feng Yuxiang, and Lan Yingying's presence, which the enemy did not account for, they would have had a much harder time defending the palace. By the time Shi Shengmo returned to the palace, the majority of intruders at the palace had already been taken care of. Murong, what is the situation? Shi Shengmo asked the moment he arrived. Father, the Azure Dragon family and the Emerald Dragon family's forces showed up out of the blue and started attacking our city. The palace is fine for now, but the city, don't worry, your mother and sister are taking care of the city right now. As for our situation, the Azure Dragon family and the Emerald Dragon family are working together to subdue us. Shi Shengmo said, What? Why would they do that? Don't tell me. Is this related to Shi Meili's marriage? Shi Murong could only think of one reason for their sudden aggression. No, it appears that they have been planning this even long before I was in power. We can talk more about this later, as we have a city to protect right now. By the way, where is General Sun? Shi Murong quickly responded. General Sun, along with the majority of our forces, went to confront the Azure Dragon family and Emerald Dragon family that have gathered outside our city while leaving some behind to deal with the intruders. Shi Shengmo nodded. Let us quickly regroup with the others before we meet with the intruders. We will come with you. Feng Yuxiang said. Shi Shengmo nodded, as he had no objection. As they left the palace, Feng Yuxiang asked Shi Shengmo, Why did you suddenly disappear? I went to investigate the dragon's roar. Dragon's roar? What are you talking about? Feng Yuxiang raised an eyebrow in a puzzled manner, as did Xiao Hua and Lan Yingying. You didn't hear the dragon's roar? It happened not long ago. It was Shi Shengmo's turn to be puzzled. The dragon's roar was powerful enough to wake even those in a coma, so it was simply impossible to miss even if they were in a deep sleep. No, I didn't hear anything like that. Did you guys hear it? Feng Yuxiang turned to look at Xiao Hua and Lan Yingying, who also shook their heads without hesitation. Weird. Maybe it's something only dragons can hear? Feng Yuxiang said a moment later. That's possible. Shi Shengmo began pondering inwardly. After learning about the invasion, he momentarily forgot to ask Yuan about the dragon's roar. Sometime later, they reunited with Yuan's group. Young master, are you hurt? Feng Yuxiang immediately rushed over to Yuan. He calmly shook his head. What about you guys? We were all cultivating in our rooms when the palace suddenly got attacked. Of course, we only suffered minor scratches that have already been healed. Shi Shengmo then said, the majority of their forces are waiting outside the city for some reason. My forces are already there, but they will need our help. They are definitely waiting for Patriarch Liang before they launch their real attack. Unfortunately for them, he won't show up ever. She merely chuckled. Sometime later, they arrived outside the city, where tens of thousands of enemy forces were gathered right before the front gates. The Shi family's forces were led by a middle-aged man, General Sun, who stood between the enemy forces and the city with a fearless expression on his face. Azure Dragon family, Emerald Dragon family, you guys must be out of your damn minds. Do you really think that you can take down the Shi family by working together? General Sun roared at them. You're as loud and obnoxious as ever. General Sunday, General Wan moved forward. If we weren't confident, we wouldn't be acting so brazening by attacking from the front and without any trickery. Patriarch Chui laughed out loud. Oh, and where did you get such confidence? From Patriarch Liang? Shi Shengmo spoke as he suddenly appeared before them. Emperor Shi. Patriarch Chui subconsciously tensed up after seeing him. The Shi family is here. Ready yourselves. General Wan warned their forces. Your Majesty, you have returned. General Sun immediately smiled upon seeing his arrival. Asked you a question, Patriarch Chui. Where did you get the confidence to attack my city and covet my wife? Shi Shengmo repeated his question. Patriarch Chui frowned upon hearing the last part of Shi Shengmo's question. It wouldn't be weird for Shi Shengmo to think that they were attacking his city, because that was obvious, but Shi Shengmo shouldn't know about his desire to take Shi Mingze for himself, as that was something he recently revealed to Shi Meili. However, according to General Wan, Shi Meili did not return to the city and actually went back to the Azure Dragon City. Why do you look surprised? Shi Meili's voice suddenly resounded as she appeared before Patriarch Chui. You, what are you doing here? General Wan was shocked to see Shi Meili in front of them. Should I not be here, in my own city? Shi Meili acted ignorant. What happened to General Zheng? Oh, that bastard? He's right here. Shi Meili snapped her finger, and the very next moment, a body fell from the sky. It was General Zheng's headless corpse. I would have also retrieved his head, but that wasn't possible. My apologies. Shi Meili sneered in a cold voice. You bastard. Before General Wan could fully grasp the situation, another body fell from the sky. This body was missing 2 limbs and a head, but General Wan and Patriarch Chui knew at a glance who this body belonged to because of the clothes it was in, my lord. General Wan fell to his knees from shock. I am possible. Patriarch Cis' expression froze. It was at this moment Yuan showed up before them. Patriarch Chui didn't recognize Yuan, but General Wan instantly recognized him and knew that he was responsible for their deaths. How dare you? General Wan suddenly rushed at Yuan, his emotions completely out of control. Yuan didn't move and merely uttered a single word. Kneel. Although it was just a single word, when it was uttered, General Wan's world suddenly turned pitch black, and he could feel an otherworldly presence staring at him from the high heavens. General Wan wasn't alone. Everybody there, from Patriarch Chui to the soldiers at the back of the formation, watched their world suddenly consumed by darkness before being greeted by a massive golden eye. And before they realized it, Everyone there was on their knees. Why Yuan? Yuan could hear Shi Shengma calling for him in a struggling voice, and when he turned around, he was shocked to see that Shi Shengma and Shi Mingze were on the verge of kneeling as well. As for General Sun and the rest of their forces, they were already on their knees. Yuan had only intended to use Dragon's Gaze on the enemy forces, but he had underestimated the power of his Dragon's Gaze while still affected by his transformation, accidentally troubling his allies. Yuan immediately deactivated his Dragon's Gaze and apologized afterward. C1216, Not an Ordinary Dragon's Gaze. Chapter 1216, Not an Ordinary Dragon's Gaze. 1216, Not an Ordinary Dragon's Gaze. After Yuan deactivated Dragon's Gaze, everyone there could finally breathe again. And although it had only been activated for several seconds, it was enough to cripple half of the Azure Dragon family and the Emerald Dragon family's army, as those with a weak mentality had their spirits broken almost instantly after being targeted by Dragon's Gaze. For some unfortunate souls, their souls shattered under the spiritual attack, perishing from this world without a chance to reincarnate. As for Yuan's allies, since he didn't directly target them, nobody had their soul shattered, though many of them still suffered damage that incapacitated them for the rest of the battle. So that's what it feels like to be on the other end. Feng Yuxiang muttered in a low voice as she slowly recovered from her shock. Her face and body were soaked in a cold sweat after experiencing Dragon's Gaze directly for the first time. Lan Yingying had a similar appearance, but since she was younger than Feng Yuxiang by tens of thousands of years, she suffered significantly more. If she weren't a divine beast, her soul might have been in danger just now. "Are you okay?" Xiao Hua asked Lan Yingying after seeing her condition. "Yes." Somehow, Lan Yingying nodded after she took several deep breaths. Lan Yingying was surprised when she turned to look at Xiao Hua, whose breathing was only slightly heavier than usual, looking like she had only gone for a light jog at the park. "You? How come you seem perfectly fine?" She couldn't help but ask. Xiao Hua looked at her own palms, and after a moment of silence, she spoke in a low voice. "I don't know. Compared to everyone else there, including Shi Shengma and Shi Mingze, who had the highest cultivation there, Xiao Hua appeared to be the least affected by Yuan's Dragon's Gaze." This made Lan Yingying wonder if Xiao Hua had been lucky and wasn't affected by the Dragon's Gaze as much as the rest, or if her soul was strong enough to withstand the Dragon's Gaze. After all, Dragon's Gaze is a spiritual technique that targeted one's soul, meaning that it would be less effective on those with a stronger soul, especially when compared to the one who used the technique. As everyone else slowly recovered, Shi Shengma stared at Yuan with a profound expression on his face. "I am truly sorry about that." Yuan apologized again after seeing Shi Shengma's face. "There's no need to apologize twice. I'm not angry," Shi Shengma said, and he continued in a mumbling voice. "Your Dragon's Gaze. I thought it was only a legend, but legend?" Yuan raised an eyebrow. Shi Shengma shook his head and said, "I will explain it to you later, after we clean up this mess." "All right." Shi Shengma then approached Patriarch Shui and General Wan, who was still in recovery from their shock. "This is your last chance to surrender. As you just witnessed for yourselves, my friend here can destroy all of your plans and forces with but a mere Dragon's Gaze. You have no chance of winning this war. If you lower your heads and surrender willingly now, I will show mercy and give you too a painless death. However, if you still wish to struggle, I will make it my life's mission to make your lives as miserable as possible until you die of natural causes." General Wan and Patriarch Sui's bodies tremble violently after hearing such a threat. With lifespans spanning 500,000 years at their cultivation with ease, the mere mention of enduring torment for such an eternity sent chills through their weakened souls, evoking an unimaginable dread that echoed throughout their entire being. General Wan, who was already on his knees, kissed the ground with his forehead and said, "I surrender. Please have mercy." Even if Patriarch Liang and General Zheng were still alive, he doubted they would be able to defeat a monster like Yuan. Patriarch Chui also surrendered after seeing General Wan's response, which did not surprise Shi Shengma in the slightest. If he were in their shoes, he would also surrender without any hesitation. As long as someone like Yuan protected the Shi family, nothing in this world would be able to threaten them, and he was only but a single entity. When their leaders General Wan and Patriarch Wan surrendered, the Azure Dragon family and the Emerald Dragon family soldiers dropped their weapons and kowtowed before the ancient dragon city. Unbelievable. A war yet to truly begin, yet ended with just a single glance. Who on earth is this enigmatic expert? General Sun and the others on his side wondered inwardly as they stared at Yuan's handsome face with unfathomable respect and admiration. Is it really over? Shi Murong swallowed nervously, his face full of disbelief. General Sun, take everyone here away. Shi Shengma suddenly roared. As you command, Your Majesty, General Sun shouted back. Over the next few hours, General Sun and the Shi family's forces would swiftly seize the surrendered enemy troops and imprison them. However, due to the sheer amount of prisoners, the Shi family had to create temporary prisons just to hold them all. Meanwhile, Yuan and the Shi family returned to the palace. I truly do not know how to thank you for your assistance this time, Yuan. Even if I gave you my position as the Dragon Emperor of this small world, it would still not be enough. Shi Shengma sighed. You are still thinking about such a thing? Just forget it. Yuan smiled. And he asked, anyways, what now? Although the majority of the invaders have surrendered, there is still much to be done with the Azure Dragon family and the Emerald Dragon family, not to mention the cities they rule over. Shi Mingzi sighed out loud. We'll have to investigate everything thoroughly and properly, and that alone could take years. For now, I will send some of our men to take control over their cities so that it doesn't become too chaotic. After all, with the Azure Dragon family and the Emerald Dragon family out of the picture, there will be people eyeing their position. Once things settle down, we will begin our investigation, Shi Shengma said. What about you, Yuan? How much longer will you be staying here? Now that you mention it, I haven't thought about that at all. Though, I probably won't be staying here for much longer. At least until everything settles down and I am certain that there is nothing left that could threaten your family. Thank you. Shi Shengma nodded with a rare smile on his face. Oh, and before I forget, you mentioned something about my dragon's gaze. Yuan suddenly reminded him. Shi Shengma's expression became serious, and he spoke. Indeed, the dragon's gaze you used back then. It wasn't your ordinary dragon's gaze. How so? Yuan raised an eyebrow. Well, normally, dragon's gaze will only work on those you have direct eye contact with, but what you did was anything but that, as it affected even those you were not looking at. Shi Shengma said, after taking a moment to think. He continued, according to a family legend, there exists a superior version of dragon's gaze that only those with the purest and strongest bloodline could wield, and my father would call it dragon's authority. C1217 Dragon's Authority. Chapter 1217 Dragon's Authority. 1217 Dragon's Authority. Dragon's Authority? Yuan mumbled, his eyes flickering with excitement. Indeed, according to my father's knowledge, dragon's gaze can be used by any dragon with a royal bloodline, or what humans call an imperial grade bloodline. However, dragons with a divine grade bloodline will have access to dragon's authority, which, as its name suggests, gives them authority over dragons. Shi Shengma said. Yuan then said, that sounds like those with dragon's authority can command other dragons. Exactly. As long as their target has an inferior bloodline or a weaker soul strength, they can essentially command them to do anything. Shi Meili and Shi Murong swallowed nervously after hearing this. They cannot imagine being affected by dragon's authority and forced to do things unwillingly. Of course, they experienced it firsthand very recently, but it wasn't directed at them, so they didn't count it. Dragon's authority? Huh? How interesting. Shi Mingzi, on the other hand, seemed intrigued by its concept and effects. She turned to look at Yuan with a smile. Would you like to practice on me? What are you saying? Shi Shengma looked at her with a dumbfounded expression. I don't think he's mastered it yet. so I want to help him do so. I doubt anyone here besides you, and I will be able to endure it without being injured. So unless you want to be the dummy." After pondering for a moment, Shishima sighed. "All right, just don't take things too far." He turned to look at Yuan and continued. "This is the least we can do to thank you." "Thank you." Yuan nodded. "We'll start training in a few days once things settle down." Shimingza said, and she continued. "You should get some rest for now." Yuan retired to his room shortly after. Meanwhile, Shimingza and Shi Shengma continued to deal with the incident. As for Shi Meili, she went to get her injuries checked before getting some rest. However, Yuan did not go to sleep. He lay on the bed and closed his eyes, but his consciousness was wide awake as he went through the dragon goddess memories. Meanwhile, Shi Shengma went to the Azure Dragon City to take control of their city. He captured everybody from the Azure Dragon family and those with a connection, interrogating all of them intensively over the next several days. Shi Shengma was shocked to learn that the Azure Dragon family had been planning and preparing their invasion for over 1 million years now. He also learned that the majority of the Azure Dragon family had been kept out of the loop, so these people were just as surprised as everyone else when they learned what had happened. Meanwhile, Shimingza traveled to the Emerald Dragon City to investigate the Emerald Dragon family. She was surprised to learn that pretty much nobody in the city even had an idea about the incident, only learning about it after her arrival. As for the Azure Dragon City, they were alerted by the commotion caused by Yuan, so they believed that they were the ones being invaded. During his investigation, Shi Shengma found Liang Xian, who had been hiding like a rat inside the city. Shi Shengma immediately sent Liang Xian back to the ancient dragon city for questioning, as he was essentially as rooted in the incident as Patriarch Liang. When Shi Meili learned of this discovery, she personally volunteered to do the investigation. Shi Shengma objected at first, but he eventually gave in and allowed Shi Meili to handle Liang Xian's investigation. Once Liang Xian was in her hands, Shi Meili said to the guards, "Uncuff him and treat his injuries." "What?" The guards were baffled by her commands. "Just do it, as you command." Once Liang Xian fully recovered from his injuries, Shi Meili dragged him to the training area within the Dragon Palace. "What are you planning on doing to me?" "Shi Meili." Liang Xian growled at her. "Nothing much. We're just going to spar a little." Shi Meili casually responded. "Spar?" Liang Xian had a confused look on his face. "If you can defeat me, I will let you go. However, if I win, you will tell me everything you know." "How does that sound?" "Are you serious?" "Of course. Princess, you cannot decide such a thing without His Majesty's approval first." The guards began panicking. "Shut up. My father already gave me permission to do whatever I want to him." Shi Meili snapped at them. She then turned to Liang Xian and continued, "There will be no limitations and no rules. Do you have anything to say before we begin?" "What if I kill you?" Liang Xian asked. "Do you really think that is possible?" Shi Meili sneered. Shi Meili and Liang Xian had similar cultivation, both being at the peak of Spirit Emperor. However, Shi Meili has superior techniques and a superior bloodline. Although the chances of Liang Xian defeating Shi Meili were close to zero, it was not completely impossible. "All right, don't you dare go back on your words," Liang Xian said with a slight smile on his face. Their sparring began shortly after, and over the next several hours, the guards would bear witness to a brutal beating that could only be described as unbearable. Shi Meili was beating Liang Xian so badly that it could no longer be called a spar, but a one-sided torture. Liang Xian's blood stained the stage, pieces of his flesh scattered about, and all of his teeth were laying around in a shattered state, resembling dust more than anything. HHRCY. Liang Xian's face was so swollen and bloodied that he could barely utter these words. "What did you just say?" "I can't hear you," Shi Meili calmly said before driving her fist directly into Liang Xian's guts, forcing him to puke out a mouthful of fresh blood. When Liang Xian fell to his knees for the umpteenth time, Shi Meili gracefully kicked him in the face, sending him flying to the other side of the arena and drawing another bloody line on the platform. She then walked over to him and forcefully fed him some medicine. After making sure he swallowed the medicine, she merely stood there with her bloodied arms crossed in front of her chest, patiently waiting for Liang Xian to stand back up. Dear Lord, the guards shuddered in fear, as they have never seen this brutal side of Shimeli before. C1218 Dragon Goddess Yeyou. Chapter 1218 Dragon Goddess Yeyou. 1218 Dragon Goddess Yeyou. Why are you still on ground? Get up. Shimeli looked down upon Liang Xian with a slight frown on her face when he refused to stand up even after recovering. I had enough. Can we just end this? He responded in a tired voice, seemingly out of the energy and will to continue. Of course, we can end it right now, but are you sure you want to die already? Shimeli calmly said. Liang Xian's body trembled upon hearing her words, which basically told him that he'd die if he gave up. Liang Xian mumbled in an inaudible tone a moment later. Huh? What did you say? Shimeli subconsciously leaned forward. I said die. Liang Xian suddenly sprang into action and went for Shimeli's throat with his claw-like hands, his gaze bursting with killing intent. A cold smile appeared on Shimeli's face, and almost as if she anticipated his trick, she gracefully dodged his grasp with ease before grabbing his hand and crushing it with immense strength. Arg! Liang Xian screamed out in pain as his hand became unrecognizable and many times smaller than originally. How pathetic. Shimeli sneered afterward. And you wanted me to marry you? When you're this weak and despicable. You make me laugh. Her words were like sharp swords piercing Liang Xian's heart. Not only was she tormenting him physically, she damaging him mentally as well. Shimeli would continue to torment Liang Xian without stopping over the next several days until Liang Xian truly couldn't continue any longer. I'm bored. We'll continue this another day. Shimeli said to him, Guards, take him away for questioning. If he fails to answer a single question, bring him back here and call for me. After saying such words to the day's guards, Shimeli went to clean herself. And once that was done, she tried to see Yuan. Unfortunately, Yuan was not available for some reason. Is he in closed cultivation? Shimeli wondered out loud as she left his doorstep. Meanwhile, Yuan was still busy looking through Dragon Goddess Yeyou's memories. Despite it only being a small fragment of her memories, it contained more than 100,000 years' worth of memories. At the beginning of her memories, Yuan could only see complete darkness, almost as though he was in the void. This scenery remained like that for thousands of years, which made Yuan wonder if there was something wrong with the memories at first. Eventually, something changed. A slit of horizontal light appeared in this darkness, slowly growing larger until Yuan could see new scenery. It was at this moment that Yuan realized the darkness was simply the Dragon Goddess Yeyou sleeping. When Dragon Goddess Yeyou awoke from her 1,000-year-long slumber, she was first greeted by a tall figure standing not far away from her. However, when compared to her own size, this tall figure was only but the size of an ant, so in her eyes, it was akin to being disturbed by an insect. Dragon Goddess Yeyou was about to curse at this figure, but before she got the chance, this figure spoke first. I hope I didn't disturb your slumber, Dragon God. And what will you do if you did? Die for me? Dragon Goddess Yeyou responded. You can try to kill me if you'd like, but I would like to request that you do so after we have a little chat. I have nothing to say to a human. Dragon Goddess Yeyou sneered. She also did not miss the small detail of try to kill in his speech, which implies that she might not be able to kill him. Normally, she'd kill someone this disrespectful without giving them another thought, but she just woke up from a long slumber and couldn't be bothered to move around so soon, and there was something about this human that she could not pinpoint. The figure chuckled. Don't be like that, Dragon God. When was the last time you spoke to a human? 1,000,000 years ago? 10 million? It has been at least 100 million years since Dragon Goddess Yeyou has spoken to a human, but she did not admit such a thing to this human. Well, we don't really need to chat if you don't want to. Instead, just listen to me. This human continued to speak without an ounce of fear in his voice, which puzzled Dragon Goddess Yeyou, as she has never encountered a human that did not fear her. In fact, Even demons that were known to have no fear would show signs of fear when they encounter her. Does this human not understand what it means to be fearful? No. Even those who have never experienced fear would instinctively be fearful of me. Perhaps he's not actually human? Dragon Goddess Yeyou wondered inwardly as the human continued to speak. As you probably know by now, the war between humans and demons has finally come to an end after countless years of strife. Although most are celebrating by now, I cannot help but wonder why humans had to fight the demons alone, even though the beasts also suffered from their torment. After all, if we, humans and beasts, had fought together, the war could have ended much sooner. What? Humans defeated the demons? Do you take me for an ignorant dragon, enough to believe such blatant lies? Dragon Goddess Yeyou did not believe the human initially, but the human seemed more surprised by the fact that she did not know about the end of the war, even though hundreds of thousands of years have passed. It appears I have underestimated the amount of sleep a supreme dragon requires. The human spoke with a profound smile on his face, looking as though he was delighted to learn this information. Anyways, you are free to do your own research if you do not believe me, but it has been approximately 400,000 years since humans defeated demons. I'm even willing to wait until you confirm my truth before we continue this chat. Dragon Goddess Yeyou was speechless, and she found this human to be increasingly interesting with every passing second, but this fact would not be realized by her for a very long time. Chapter 1219, published at 19th of September, 2023, 3:30 and 15 seconds a.m. Chapter 1219. 1219 if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1219 Dragon Goddess Yeyou. 2. 1219 Dragon Goddess Yeyou. 2. Let's say, I believe you, that the weak and fragile existence known as humans managed to defeat the somewhat immortal beings known as demons. What does that have to do with me? Why are you standing before me? Dragon Goddess Yeyou asked the human man, standing calmly before her. Even though humans won the war in the end, it came at a tremendous cost. Countless humans have been tormented, eaten, killed, and experienced unspeakable things. I'm sure the same could be said for beasts, as demons would hunt beasts for fun, almost like a game, something they do to pass time until they grow hungry for humans. Both humans and beasts suffered greatly from demons, yet we never fought together. I understand that we have our differences, but we could have prevented much tragedy from happening if we did. Perhaps that is because nobody tried, whether it be due to a lack of courage or something else. Hence why I am here today. Dragon Goddess Yeyou did not respond for a long time. After a long moment of silence, Dragon Goddess Yeyou spoke in a low voice. So what? You want humans and beasts to hold hands or something? The human could hear a hint of mockery and disdain within the Dragon Goddess' voice. Not being bothered by it, he spoke, I'm not saying that we should hold hands with each other, but I would like to see a day when humans can approach beasts without fearing for their lives, and beasts won't feel threatened by humans when they are approached, just like you and I. Dragon Goddess Yeyou suddenly burst out laughing, causing the world they were on to shake violently. In fact, her laughter was so strong that if the human hadn't covered himself with spiritual energy, he would have died an explosive death. When she stopped laughing, she spoke, even if what you say is true, that humans and beasts do not get along. What do you do to change it? How do you intend on convincing all of the humans to not fear beasts and beasts to not despise humans? That seems like an impossible feat, no matter how I think about it. The human shook his head. I don't need to convince every human and beast. I only need to convince those at the top, and everyone else will eventually follow suit. And what could be better than starting from the very peak? How about it, Dragon God? Want to work together with me? I'm sure ITLL be a whole lot more interesting than sleeping and fighting weaklings all the time. Dragon Goddess Yeyou narrowed her eyes and asked in a cold voice, You speak as though you know my life. Well, according to what I've been told, you like to pick fights with other beasts, but because of your unmatched prowess, You have an extremely hard time finding worthy opponents, so you just bully others until you grow tired and sleep, and when you wake up, you will repeat the cycle again and again. If I am wrong, please correct me. I'd like to learn more about a being at the apex of this world. Dragon Goddess Yeyou fell silent, and the human could not tell what she was thinking or feeling, but Yuan could, as he was seeing and feeling things from her point of view. He could tell that the Dragon Goddess was embarrassed and angered by the human's words, as he essentially called her lazy and a bully. Even worse, she could not argue back, as what the human said about her was true. Due to her being one of the apex beings in the world, it was pretty much impossible to find someone who could match her prowess, so she is always bored and looking to entertain herself. After finding some beasts to mess around with, she would slumber for thousands of years in hopes of a worthy opponent to appear, and this has been her routine for countless years now. To be reminded of such a miserable life made her embarrassed and angry at the same time. In a slightly trembling voice, Dragon Goddess Yeyou responded, "Very well, if you insist, I will entertain you and your foolish ambitions. However, I will do so only if you can defeat me. Otherwise, you can die here with your ambitions." Without any other warnings, Dragon Goddess Yeyou's golden eyes began emitting a profound light. Suddenly assaulted by Dragon Goddess Yeyou's dragon's gaze, the human directly coughed up a mouthful of blood, but that was not enough to make him collapse. As expected of the Dragon God, a slight smile appeared on the human's face as he retrieved a black sword. "But if you want to kill me, you will need to do better than that." The human swung the sword at Dragon Goddess Yeyou, sending a massive sword light that was fully created from enhanced sword aura at her. Dragon Goddess Yeyou merely scoffed at his attack before swatting the sword light with nothing but her tail, causing the enhanced sword aura to scatter and fly everywhere. The scattered enhanced sword aura poured down the world Dragon Goddess Yeyou was on, creating deep sword cuts everywhere. "You bastard! How dare you damage my bed? Do you have any idea how long it took me to find a world big enough to fit me comfortably?" Dragon Goddess Yeyou roared in an enraged tone as she uncoiled her massive body from the world that she had been sleeping on, revealing a vast yet completely empty world that only had green grass growing on it. "You can't complain when you were the one who attacked first," the human said as he wiped the blood from his lips. This enraged Dragon Goddess Yeyou even further, but she did not immediately attack him again. She wrapped the end of her tail around the world she called her bed and flicked it, shooting the world millions of miles in the blink of an eye and causing it to disappear into the void. The human couldn't help but chuckle after seeing her actions. "You weren't kidding when you said it was hard to find a suitable bed. I'm not surprised, though, seeing how big you are. Why don't you take the form of a human? It'll be easier for you to move around that way." You insolent human bastard." Dragon Goddess Yeyou felt insulted when the human called her body big. No matter if they are beasts or humans, whether it was true or not, it was taboo to call females big. Meanwhile, the human misunderstood Dragon Goddess Yeyou's anger, thinking that it was due to his suggestion to take the form of a human, as that was unthinkable in their era. For a beast to take the form of a human, it was akin to a human moving and barking like an animal, an insulting act that only those unhealthy in the mind would dare imagine. The human knew this, of course. Despite that, he still suggested it to her for some reason. Following an explosive roar, Dragon Goddess Yeyou proceeded to attack the humans seriously this time, marking the beginning of their long battle that would not end for several years. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. C1220 The Great Enlightenment. Chapter 1220 The Great Enlightenment. 1220 The Great Enlightenment. Within days of Dragon Princess Yeyou and the humans' fight, over a dozen stars have been reduced to mere rubble floating in the starry sky. Every time, their overwhelming spiritual energy collided with each other, a world-ending and star-collapsing ripple would sweep the starry sky. The commotion caused by their fighting eventually alerted the experts cultivating in the starry sky, and regardless if they are human or beast, they were shocked by what they witnessed. The beasts couldn't believe their eyes when they realized Dragon Goddess Yeyou's opponent was a mere human man. As for the humans, many of them were seeing Dragon Goddess Yeyou for the first time, and they were simply baffled by her majestic presence and unfathomable strength. Who is that human? And why is he fighting with the Dragon Goddess? He's actually holding his own against a monster like her. I didn't think I would get to see someone fighting on equal footing with her in this lifetime, much less a human. I doubt hell lasts for long. More importantly, Dragon Goddess Yeyou has awoken. We need to warn the others and prepare for another 10,000-year-long torments before their fight ends. After watching their fight for a short while, most of the beasts stopped watching and left to warn other beasts of Dragon Goddess Yeyou's awakening. After all, every time Dragon Goddess Yeyou wakes up from her slumber, the first thing she always does is look for a fight. What? The Dragon Goddess has awoken from her slumber already. Why did she wake up so quickly this time? Apparently, some human woke her up, and they're now fighting each other in the starry sky. Fucking humans. They're always making things more difficult for us. At least hell die by the Dragon Goddess claws. All of the beasts expected the human to last only several days against Dragon Goddess Yeyou, but to their surprise, they were still fighting even several months later. What? The Dragon Goddess is still fighting the same human? She must be going easy on him so that it wouldn't end too quickly. That must be why, right? Even the Water Dragon Emperor can't last more than half a year against her, and he has never lost to any humans before. The beasts truly believe that Dragon Goddess Yeyou was going easy on the human so that she could prolong their fight on purpose, something she has done on multiple occasions, especially when she is extremely bored. The beasts stopped paying attention to the fight shortly after and continued their preparations again. Eventually, months turned into years, and years became decades. The beasts were absolutely gobsmacked when they learned that Dragon Goddess Yeyou was still being occupied by the same human even after 10 years. I just traveled to the starry sky and spectated the Dragon Goddess fight. She's not going easy on that human. In fact, she's seriously trying to kill him. One of the beasts spread this information after watching the fight for some time. I was there as well. There were many spectators, humans, and beasts. A human rivaling the Dragon Goddess? How can such a powerful human exist? Who is this human? For the first time since their fight began, the beasts started paying attention to the fight more closely and began questioning the human's identity. Meanwhile, the humans have been watching the fight since the beginning. Some of them even gained enlightenment from watching their fight. When news began spreading, more and more experts began to spectate their fight. Of course, since the fight took place within the starry sky, only those who had the means and resources to travel there could witness the legendary fight. Immortals, disciples of these immortals. All sorts of renowned individuals would travel to the starry sky and risk their lives just to witness the fight. Due to the tremendous spiritual energy being released by the Dragon Goddess and the human, their clashes created life-threatening shockwaves that shattered nearby stars and evaporated those who got too close to their fight, regardless of their cultivation, and even immortals have perished to the shockwaves. Despite the risks, countless people still ventured to the starry sky, and throughout the years, many people gained enlightenment from their fight and achieved great things, and this period of time was called the Great Enlightenment by many. Master, how many years have they been fighting for now? A disciple asked. It would be the 69th year in 3 days. They've been fighting for that long. How is that even possible? Do they have an unlimited supply of spiritual energy or something? Another disciple asked. Entities at their level have an unfathomable amount of spiritual energy, but it's mostly their spiritual energy absorption rate that's keeping them going. They only use about the same or fewer than they can absorb, allowing them to fight for a prolonged amount of time. While it may not seem like that to us who are far beneath their level, they're not really going all out. Then how do they defeat each other? when one makes a mistake or catches the other off guard and deals a decisive blow. Though, they will eventually start using more and more spiritual energy in their attacks. As of right now, they're simply just using each other for entertainment. So they're just playing around right now. Unbelievable. Logic does not apply to entities at the peak of this world. Try not to think too much about it, or you will go insane like some people. As for the beasts, they also gained enlightenment, especially those of the dragon race. Have we found out anything about that human's identity? One of the beasts there asked. No, nothing. It's almost as though he appeared out of thin air. We don't even know if he's really human or not. For all we know, he could be a ghost. Just who is that man? Despite their differences, both humans and beasts wanted the fight to last forever. But alas, everything in life will eventually come to an end, and after 200 years of constant fighting, the fight finally came to an end with a clear winner and loser. C1221, not even 1,000 years old. Chapter 1221, not even 1,000 years old. 1221, not even 1,000 years old. Dragon Goddess Yeyou took deep breaths as she silently stared at the human man floating in the distance, not far away from her. Her gaze filled with emotion and fulfillment. Yuan could see very clearly what she was thinking inside her head. It has been countless years since she last experienced a satisfying fight that did not leave her wanting more. Although I was clearly beyond his league in the beginning, this bastard kept improving at an astonishing rate, and in just a few decades, he reached the point where he could fight me on equal footing. Just who is this bastard? Dragon Goddess Yeyou felt like she had been used by the human man as a training dummy. However, she wasn't angry, as she also benefited greatly from the fight. Meanwhile, the human had a bittersweet smile on his face as his body lifelessly drifted further away from the Dragon Goddess, who was victorious in this fight. I had an amazing time with you during the last 200 years. Unfortunately, it lasted a little shorter than I had anticipated. Perhaps if I hadn't given in to my impatience and trained for another 1,000 years, I might have been able to realize my ambitions. The human man uttered in a weak voice as his life force continued to dwindle. It was only a matter of time before he met his death after exhausting all of his energy and life force that he sacrificed to prolong their fight. However, when Dragon Goddess Yeyou heard his last words, her satisfied expression immediately froze. Then in a low and grim voice, she asked him, "Another 1,000 years? How old are you?" "I should be around 950 years old now." The human man responded with difficulty. What did you say?" Dragon Goddess Yeyou's eyes widened with immense disbelief and shock. "I am possible," she roared, refusing to believe that she was nearly defeated by a human that wasn't even 1,000 years old. When the spectators learned that the human man was actually younger than the majority of them there, they also expressed a wide array of emotions, but mostly that of shock and disbelief. Almost everyone there was well over 100,000 years old, with some even numbering in the millions, yet nobody there would even dare to attempt to fight an entity like the Dragon Goddess. But somehow a human that isn't 1,000 years old managed to last 200 years fighting the Dragon Goddess? Nobody would want to believe such a thing even if they witnessed it with their own eyes, as such an existence naturally mocked their talents and efforts all the way to the heavens. Ichi must be joking. There's no way he's only 950 years old. That would mean he was only 750 years old when he started fighting. I barely reached divine sovereign by that age, and I was recognized as a once-in-lifetime genius by the entire world. A renowned human expert there expressed his thoughts, feeling like he was on the verge of an existential crisis, breaking the silence there. The thousands of experts there immediately began mumbling to each other as they wondered if the human man was speaking of the truth or simply lying on his deathbed for shock value. The fact that nobody here recognizes him give his claims some credit. That means nothing. He could be really old, so old that nobody here recognizes him. Someone else made this argument. As someone who has lived for over 5 million years, I can say that I have never heard of him before. With that being said, I have this nostalgic feeling when I see his face, yet I cannot recall where I have seen that face before. Meanwhile, Dragon Goddess Yeyou slowly recovered from her shock, and after pondering for a brief moment, she suddenly approached the human man. When she arrived before the human, Dragon Goddess Yeyyou's body began emitting a blinding light that turned the void completely white for a brief moment. When the light dimmed, the massive dragon that could easily swallow a world was nowhere to be seen, and another human figure suddenly appeared in the starry sky, hovering right before the human man. This figure was that of a woman with ethereal beauty and a divine aura, resembling a goddess created by heaven itself. Her being was a tapestry of awe-inspiring elements. Her cascading, silken golden hair flowed like an endless river behind her, a manifestation of grace. Her eyes, a radiant gold, held both the brilliance of the sun and the depth of ancient wisdom, their vertical pupils reminiscent of a feline's gaze. Possessing a stature both tall and slender, her form seemed to bridge the realms of the ethereal and the earthly. Adorned with golden halos encircling her wrists and ankles, she bore an aura that whispered of a world beyond their current one. The human men there were instantaneously enraptured by the emergence of this unparalleled beauty, stirred by an emotion long lost to their memories. Even the beasts present were entranced by her presence, despite her humanoid guise that they have disdained for their entire lives. The dragon goddess has taken the form of a human. The beasts were in disbelief when they realized the situation. The transformation of a beast into a human was not merely a shift in appearance. It symbolized a profound change, a voluntary descent from a state they considered superior to embody the very beings they had spurned and considered inferiors. Moreover, Dragon Goddess Yeyou far transcended the realm of ordinary creatures. As a divine beast, she occupied the pinnacle of the cultivation world and the hierarchy of all beasts. Her choice to assume human form was an unprecedented event, one that would forever change the way other beasts and humans viewed her. I had always regarded humans as lesser beings, unworthy of even a fragment of my esteem or notice. Yet, a human who has existed for a mere fraction of the time it takes me to nap has somehow bewildered me and ignited my curiosity. Dragon Goddess Yeyou gently held her hands on her chest, retrieving an orb of light from within her body. "It would be a pity to let you die now, human." She then blew at the orb of light in the human's direction, causing the orb of light to fly into his lifeless body. The human man's body began emitting a warm light, and the injuries on his body immediately started disappearing at a rate that could be witnessed with one's bare eyes. I'm not doing this out of mercy, nor is this an act of righteousness. This is merely a self-centered endeavor on my part. Until you quench my curiosity, I will not let you die. After the human man's injuries were fully mended, and even his life force had been rejuvenated, which only took mere seconds, he gradually opened his eyes. The human was sure that he had perished, yet he somehow survived. He looked at the beauty hovering before him and immediately realized the situation, and he proceeded to speak with a slight smile. "So you were a female all along? I couldn't tell by your beastly voice." Dragon Goddess Yeyyou's eyebrows uncontrollably twitched upon hearing his words, but she quickly controlled her emotions and asked, "What is your name?" "I hadn't introduced myself yet. My apologies." After adjusting his posture, he continued with a handsome smile on his face. "My name is Tion." C1222 Primordial Phoenix. Chapter 1222 Primordial Phoenix. 1222 Primordial Phoenix. Tion. "So, what do you plan on doing now that you have my attention?" Dragon Goddess Yeyou asked him. An awkward smile appeared on Tion's face as he responded, "To tell you the truth, I don't have a plan. In fact, I hadn't planned past meeting you, as I didn't expect to find you so quickly in this vast universe. It must be the work of fate, but I'm sure we'll figure it out." Unbelievable. You really came to me without a plan? What if I did not save you and left you to die instead? Then that would be that. After all, I had prepared on losing my life before meeting you. But that didn't happen, and with you by my side now, I doubt anything could threaten my life. Dragon Goddess Yeyou frowned. Why are you assuming that I will be following you? You want? Well, that's fine as well, since you will definitely be watching over me at the very least. Tian chuckled. Dragon Goddess Yeyou was speechless. By the way, Dragon God, Goddess, what is your name? Do you even have one? Of course I have a name. Why did you assume otherwise? Nobody I talked to knew it, and only addressed you as the Dragon God, even though they were aware of your existence. So I wondered if you had a name or not. Yeyou, that is my name. And how do you want me to address you from now on? Goddess Yeyou? Dragon Yeyou? Dragon Goddess Yeyou? Lady Yeyou? Until you can defeat me. I forbid you from using my name. Dragon Goddess Yeyou's reason for making this rule was so that she had an excuse to fight him again. Is that how things work for you guys? Then I will call you Dragon Goddess until then. Tian calmly smiled. She calmly nodded. Anyways, while I don't have a plan, I do know who I want to visit next. Tian then said. A divine beast? Dragon Goddess Yeyou asked. He nodded. An ancient beast just like you. One known as Empress of Flames and Goddess of Rebirth. Primordial Phoenix. Dragon Goddess Yeyou suddenly sucked her teeth in an annoyed manner. Tian looked at her with raised eyebrows and asked, What's the matter? Nothing worth mentioning, but if you're going to see that dumb pigeon, I want to accompany you to see her. Dumb pigeon? I guess even divine beasts have their own drama. Tian couldn't help but crack a smile upon learning this information. Don't go making your own assumptions. I wouldn't stoop so low to have drama with a stupid chicken. She's not worth it. Tian pondered for a moment before speaking. I have heard that dragons and phoenixes naturally don't get along. There seems to be some truth to this rumor. Is there a reason why you don't like the primordial phoenix? Phoenixes are born arrogant, and the primordial phoenix is the most arrogant of them all. I simply can't stand being around her. Dragon Goddess Yeyou said. Tian looked at her with a weird expression. Dragon Goddess Yeyou frowned at this and asked, Why are you looking at me like that? Well, in the eyes of humans, dragons are also arrogant creatures. How rude. We're prideful, not arrogant. There's a difference. Dragon Goddess Yeyou rebuked. But she did not stop there. Meanwhile, phoenixes are obviously arrogant. They have no pride, are shameless, selfish, and, after spending several minutes complaining about phoenixes and comparing them with dragons, Dragon Goddess Yeyou finally ended it with, Do you now understand why phoenixes and dragons don't get along? Yes, I think I do, Tian said with a slight smile. Do you still want to meet her? Dragon Goddess Yeyou then asked. Of course, regardless of her personality, even if it's the nastiest in the world, I still want to speak with her, just like how I came to speak with you even at the risk of my own life. You're a weird human. Once their conversation ended, Tian left the scene to find the primordial phoenix. Fortunately for him, the primordial phoenix wasn't as hard to find compared to Dragon Goddess Yeyou, as she had a larger presence with the world while Dragon Goddess Yeyou barely interacted with the world. As for Dragon Goddess Yeyou, although she claimed that she wouldn't follow Tian to meet with the primordial phoenix, she still tagged along in the end, acting as though she never said such a thing. Tian didn't question it either. Thus, the two of them traveled the world for several years in search of the primordial phoenix, following traces left behind by her. After a decade of following the primordial phoenix's footsteps, Tian finally located her. Is this how you found me? Dragon Goddess Yeyou asked him as they made their way to the primordial phoenix's location. Yes, but much fewer people knew of your existence compared to the primordial phoenix, who is much more active than you. Not only does she have connections with humans, she's even got a business in the human world, much to my surprise. Her existence is the closest representation of my ambitions right now. If that's the case, why did you seek me out first? Wouldn't it benefit your ambitions more if you had gone to the primordial phoenix first? Dragon Goddess Yeyou looked at him with a puzzled expression on her ethereal face. That's simple. I came to you first because my desire to meet you is stronger than my desire to see her. Tian responded with a handsome smile on his face. His response left Dragon Goddess Yeyou speechless. Several more months passed as Tian and Dragon Goddess Yeyou left the world, known as Divine Heaven, and traversed into the starry sky to find the Primordial Phoenix. That must be the Primordial Phoenix, also known as Feng. Tian mumbled in a low voice as he could see a small ball of flames in the distance. Although the Primordial Phoenix looked tiny from his position, they were actually millions of miles apart, so it was akin to looking at a star from Earth. Tian turned to look at Dragon Goddess Yeyou and asked her, "Should I meet her alone?" "No, I will come with you. I want to see if she's gotten any dumber since our last meeting," Dragon Goddess Yeyou said. Tian could only smile at her remarks. Then, they chased after her, catching up within minutes. Chapter 1223. Published at 19th of September, 2023, 3:30 and 9 seconds a.m. Chapter 1223. 1223 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop then play button again. Chapter 1223 Primordial Phoenix. 2. 1223 Primordial Phoenix. 2. When Dragon Goddess Yeyou and Tian got close enough, the Primordial Phoenix halted its movements and sprung around, sending its divine flames flying all over the place. Tian calmly dodged the flames that could easily burn even an immortal to death in an instant. Meanwhile, Dragon Goddess Yeyou merely flicked the flames away from her body like she was swatting away flies. "Sneaking up behind me. Are you looking for an early death?" The Primordial Phoenix spoke a moment later. "It may have been some time since we last fought, but do you really think you have what it takes to kill me now, you dumb pigeon?" Dragon Goddess Yeyou sneered coldly. "Dumb pigeon." The Primordial Phoenix immediately glared at Dragon Goddess Yeyou with enough killing intent to actually kill someone. However, the Primordial Phoenix's eyes suddenly widened with shock. "Either my eyes are deceiving me right now, or you are that annoying snake in human form." The Primordial Phoenix sounded like she was in disbelief, yet there was a hint of entertainment within her tone, almost as though she was subtly mocking Dragon Goddess Yeyou. Dragon Goddess Yeyou sucked her teeth and growled in a cold voice. "Hearing your voice makes me want to pluck your feathers. You dare!" Primordial Phoenix screamed, causing bursts of flames to erupt from its body like it was an active volcano. "Why wouldn't I dare? It won't be my first time after all." A cold smile appeared on Dragon Goddess Yeyou's face. The Primordial Phoenix trembled in anger after hearing such words. "It has been 1,000,000 years since we last fought. While you've slept for probably 90% of that time, I've spent countless resources and effort into strengthening myself so that I would be able to scale you like a fish if I ever encountered you again. Looks like today will be that day. How dare you compare me to a fish?" Dragon Goddess Yeyou's eyes began glowing with killing intent, and dragon scales began appearing on her body. Ahem. Tian suddenly cleared his throat loudly and spoke. "Dragon Goddess, please don't forget why we are here." He then moved to stand between the two and continued speaking. "Primordial Phoenix, please calm down. We are not here to fight you." "Huh? And who the hell are you?" The Primordial Phoenix just noticed Tian's presence, as his presence was incomparably smaller than Dragon Goddess Yeyou's presence. "My name is Tian, and I am but a humble human with the desire to have a word with you." The Primordial Phoenix started glancing back and forth between Tian and Dragon Goddess Yeyou. "Now, this is something else. A divine beast, the Dragon Goddess, no less, traveling the starry sky with a human being. This is a sight that I never thought I'd ever witness." The Primordial Phoenix muttered in an intrigued voice before fixing her gaze on Dragon Goddess Yeyou. "When did you become so close with a human, Dragon Goddess, who has never given them any attention since the beginning of time? Don't tell me. Are you mating with this human as well? You will pay for disrespecting me, Primordial Phoenix." Dragon Goddess Yeyou returned to her original form the following moment, her eyes spewing heavenly fire and the intent to fight. Tian rubbed his eyes and released a stressed sigh. Dragon Princess, if you calm down, I will spar with you after this is over. Tian said to her. Dragon Goddess Yeyou's tail visibly twitched after hearing such words. Although it has been less than 100 years since they last fought, she has already begun to crave another fight with Tian. After spending a few moments controlling her emotions, Dragon Goddess Yeyou returned to her human form and proceeded to close her eyes, meditating in silence. When the Primordial Phoenix saw this, saw how Dragon Goddess Yeyou listened to a human's commands, she was shaken to her core with shock. Who are you? How did you make her listen to you? Besides being known for being a bully, that dragon is also famous for not listening to anyone. And what are your relationships? The Primordial Phoenix looked at Tian in a new light. I already told you my identity. As for our relationship, it's complicated, but I guess we're something like traveling partners. The Primordial Phoenix sucked in a long and deep breath after hearing such a thing. And you convinced her to be your traveling partner? How? The Primordial Phoenix clearly couldn't believe it. Well, we had a conversation and a little spar. It took 200 years and I nearly died, but it worked out somehow. The Primordial Phoenix was speechless. Once she snapped out of it, she asked, So, what do you want from me? Tian smiled, and he proceeded to tell the Primordial Phoenix of his ambitions. A world where beasts and humans can interact with each other without fear? Compared to Dragon Goddess Yeyou, the Primordial Phoenix has more experience with humans, even dealing in business with some of them, so she understood Tian's ambitions with more clarity. With that being said, as a divine beast, she naturally saw humans as inferior entities, even if they do benefit her pockets. While I understand your ambitions, and it would benefit my business more if I had more human customers, I cannot see how you will achieve such a thing. Like fire and water, dragons and phoenixes, humans and beasts have fought with each other since the beginning of time. It will take a lot more than just convincing a few strong beasts to change the world. I'm aware of that. While that is my ultimate goal, my current goal is simply to create a foundation. It may take several eras before things start to change, but nothing will change if there is no foundation. The Primordial Phoenix didn't say anything and turned to look at Dragon Goddess Yeyou. Since you are following him, they'll take it that you believe he'll be able to achieve such a task. Dragon Goddess Yeyou opened her eyes and responded calmly. No, I don't believe he'll be able to do it. The Primordial Phoenix looked puzzled by her response, and she asked, Then why are you following him? Because it's interesting enough to lessen my boredom. Unbelievable. The Primordial Phoenix was left speechless by her response. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. C1224 Madame Feng. Chapter 1224 Madame Feng. 1224 Madame Feng. After snapping out of her daze, Primordial Phoenix returned to focusing on Tian, and she spoke. I understand what you're trying to do, but I don't see how it has anything to do with me. What do you want from me? I'd like you to witness my journey with the Dragon Goddess and others who might join us in the future. Tian said. In other words, you want me to become your follower? With this annoying snake by my side the entire time? I refuse. Over my dead body. Primordial Phoenix immediately refused his offer, which didn't surprise him in the slightest. But he didn't give up and continued to convince her. I am not asking you to become my follower. You are free to watch me from a distance or by my side, just like the Dragon Goddess here. Don't you want to be part of something much bigger than yourself? It could be the start of a new era, one that you had a hand in creating. ITLL also benefit your business greatly. I have much better things to do than babysit a human with an impossible ambition. Unlike the Dragon Goddess, I have a life that's worth something. Primordial Phoenix sneered. A vein appeared on Dragon Goddess Yeyou's forehead after hearing the Primordial Phoenix's insult, but she barely managed to control her emotions. Tian Yi became silent for a moment. Perhaps I am approaching her the wrong way. She has a business of her own, and merchants rarely do things that do not benefit them. If you have nothing else to say, I'm out of here. Primordial Phoenix said as she began turning around. Primordial Phoenix, I have an offer for you. Tian Yi suddenly said. The Primordial Phoenix halted her movements, but she did not turn back around, only twisting her head slightly. Tian Yi proceeded to retrieve an object for his storage ring and held it in front of him. What's this profound aura? The Primordial Phoenix couldn't help but turn around after sensing a weird aura coming from Tian Yi's palms. Her eyes narrowed on the glowing red stone resting on Tian Yi's palms. The rock was shaped like an egg and was only as big as an adult's fist. Despite its unremarkable size, it contained an immense amount of yang qi within. There was so much yang qi condensed within the rock that it looked like there was a sun resting inside the rock, and it was emitting a scorching heat wave that could easily incinerate even an immortal if they got too close without serious preparation. The Primordial Phoenix's eyes widened with shock and disbelief when she finally realized what she was looking at. Is that what I think it is? She stuttered after swallowing nervously. Although she didn't know the glowing egg-like object Tian Yi was holding, the Dragon Goddess' interest was instantly piqued when she saw the Primordial Phoenix's reaction. There were very few treasures in this world that would interest the Primordial Phoenix, much less cause her to salivate. Tian Yi smiled and said, I don't know what you think this is, but this is a smoldered phoenix egg that has bathed in intense yang qi for over 1 billion years, ever since the beginning of the Primordial era. As a phoenix, I'm sure you know the value of these things. A 1,000,000-year-old smoldered phoenix egg would send an entire nation into a frenzy, and a 10,000,000-year-old smoldered phoenix egg started a war within the divine heavens not long ago. Over 1 billion years, the Primordial Phoenix had a frightened expression on her face. Phoenix egg? Does that mean there's a phoenix growing inside? Dragon Goddess Yeyou asked out of curiosity. Tian Yi shook his head. Although that is what the name suggests, there is no phoenix growing inside. In fact, it has nothing to do with phoenixes. A smoldered phoenix egg is an extremely rare and potent resource for cultivators with a cultivation method that requires yang qi, and phoenixes are inherently made of yang qi, so this would benefit them even more. So it's just a cultivation resource. I was expecting something more exciting since she reacted so intensely. How boring. Dragon Goddess Yeyou shrugged, quickly losing interest. Just a cultivation resource. How dare you utter such nonsense, you uncultured snake? A smoldered phoenix egg to phoenixes is as important as your blood essence is to a dragon with a common bloodline. At my cultivation, only something like a smoldered phoenix egg could benefit me. And it's not just a small amount. Hell, I might even be able to improve my bloodline with it. Dragon Goddess Yeyou frowned upon hearing her last words. Your bloodline is already the purest it can be. How could it possibly get any purer? That's just how potent a smoldered phoenix egg is. And this is the first time I have seen one that has aged over 1 billion years. I consumed one that was 250 million years ago, about 100 million years ago, and it increased my strength by leaps and bounds. I can only imagine what will happen if I consume one that is 4 times older. The Primordial Phoenix was essentially drooling at this point. Primordial Phoenix, here's my offer. I want you to follow me for 100,000 years. If I am unable to achieve my ambitions within that amount of time, I will give you this smoldered phoenix egg as compensation. What do you say? Tian Yi said as he held the egg out in a tempting manner. Follow you for 100,000 years? Is that all I have to do? The Primordial Phoenix was in disbelief, not because it was an immensely difficult task, but because it was immensely easy. In the gaze of her eternal eyes, the span of 100,000 years would pass as but a fleeting breath, scarcely distinguishable from a mere moment in the fleeting perception of mortal beings. Hell, Dragon Goddess Yeyou's naps lasted longer than that. Indeed, you only need to follow me. I won't force you to do anything you don't want to, and you're free to leave whenever you wish. You have a deal. The primordial phoenix immediately responded without a hint of hesitation in her tone. Seriously? Dragon Goddess Yeyou was left speechless by her quick change in attitude. The following moment, the primordial phoenix's fiery body began shrinking until it was shaped like a human. With flaming red hair and a pair of golden eyes, the primordial phoenix transformed into a peerless beauty that rivaled Dragon Goddess Yeyou, but with a unique aura and charm of her own. My human name is Feng, but you may call me Madame Feng. C1225 Eater of Stars. Chapter 1225 Eater of Stars, 1225 Eater of Stars. You basically got bought out by him. Dragon Goddess Yeyou said to Feng shortly afterward. So what? I will gladly sell myself out for a billion-year-old smoldered phoenix egg. You may not understand its importance to me right now, but you will in 100,000 years when I become so strong that even you cannot touch me. Feng sneered. Oh, so you think you'll be stronger than me after eating that egg? I cannot wait to see your defeated face in 100,000 years. Who said I'm not stronger than you now? The egg will only make the difference that much larger and more obvious. Why don't we put that nonsense to the test right now, then? Dragon Goddess Yeyou's eyes flared up with killing intent. It'd be my pleasure. Feng's body began releasing flames. Dragon Goddess, this isn't how you should welcome a new companion. I promised you that I'd spar with you after this, so you can release your anger on me. Tian quickly interrupted them, as he did not want to lose one of his traveling companions so soon after getting another one. Forget it. I don't feel like it anymore. If you want to travel with this dumb pigeon, you can do so alone. And without saying anything else, Dragon Goddess Yeyou flew away, disappearing into the starry sky. Feng looked at Tian and asked him, why didn't you try to stop her? He smiled and said, because she had every right to leave whenever she pleased, as do you. But I have a feeling that she won't be gone for long and will eventually return to our side once she calms down. You're a weird human, unlike any other human that I've come across before. Feng said, I will take that as a compliment. Well, what do you plan on doing now? I'm going to find the divine serpent known as Eater of Stars and have a chat with them. Tian said, Eater of Stars? Are you insane? What do you hope to achieve from contacting that monster? Feng had a look of disbelief on her face after hearing such an ominous name. You are familiar with the Eater of Stars? Tian looked at her glistening eyes. Of course. She is a notorious entity that does nothing good for the world. An unreasonable monster with an insatiable appetite that constantly consumes stars, as though it is always on the verge from dying of hunger. I wouldn't get close to the Eater of Stars if I were you, as you would most likely get eaten by her before you could even say anything. In fact, I don't even know if she has the ability to communicate like I do. The Eater of Stars is female, as well. Have you ever spoken with her? Tian asked, his gaze filled with interest, almost as if he was a child before an amusement park. No, I have never spoken with her before, nor do I have the desire to do so. I have seen her consume stars from a distance a few times, but that's about it. If you've never spoken to her, then how do you know that she's consuming stars without reason? Because she's been doing it since the Primordial era, and nothing has ever come out of it. Fascinating. How fascinating. I must speak with the Eater of Stars, and if I am lucky, I might even find out why she is doing what she's been doing for eons. Feng was speechless. The more she gave him reasons to not approach the Eater of Stars, the more he seemed to be interested. He might actually have a screw loose in his head. She thought to herself, whatever. If he dies, I'll just get my hands on the smoldered phoenix egg sooner. Do you know how we can find the Eater of Stars? Tian then asked. No, but it shouldn't be too hard to follow her trail, especially considering that she always leaves behind a trail of destruction. All right, then let's get going. Thus, Tian and Feng began their journey in search of the Eater of Stars. Just like how he found Feng Yumming, Tian, he would speak to everyone that crossed his path in the starry sky. And in the blink of an eye, 1,000 years passed. So that's the Eater of Stars, huh? She's definitely not an ordinary divine beast. Tian, he mumbled in a dazed voice as he watched a massive white, snake-like figure in the distance swallowing stars with a single bite, his gaze filled with fascination. The way it consumes the stars without hesitation makes me shudder no matter how many times I see it. Feng Yumming sighed. Tian, he became silent. What's wrong? Are you having second thoughts? Feng Yumming asked him with a teasing smile. He shook his head and sighed. I don't know how to say this, but she appears to be in profound anguish. Anguish? The Eater of Stars? Feng Yumming chuckled at such words. I doubt she even has any emotions, much less anguish. Even if she does have emotions, what could she possibly be anguished about? The stars that she consumes endlessly? The mess she has made in the starry sky? We may never know if we don't try to understand her. Good luck with that. Feng Yumming shrugged. I will. You can stay here while I try to speak with her. And without hesitation, Tian, he began flying towards the monstrous being in the distance. You. Feng Yumming held herself back from trying to convince him to stop, as she had failed for the past 1,000 years. Nothing I say will change his mind now. She sighed inwardly. She then turned to look in a certain direction and smirked. When are you going to stop watching us from the shadows like a stalker? A moment later, Dragon Goddess Yeyyou's figure appeared before Feng Yumming. How long have you known? Dragon Goddess Yeyou asked with a deep frown. Whenever you first realized that we were searching for the Eater of Stars, I guess. Even though it was just for a brief moment, and you quickly hid your presence again, it was so obvious that I almost died from secondhand embarrassment. Dragon Goddess Yeyyou's face flushed with redness after hearing such words. To think you'd be worried enough to let your guard down. Is the human that important to you? You wouldn't understand it even if I told you. Dragon Goddess Yeyou sneered. Then are you going to stop him? He's essentially walking straight into his own graveyard right now. After a moment of silence, Dragon Goddess Yeyou spoke. You've been with him for 1,000 years now, yet you don't seem to know anything about him. You are just as dumb as I thought. What the hell is that supposed to mean? The Eater of Stars may have immense prowess, but it only knows how to eat. You won't be threatened by something like that. You sure have a lot of confidence in him. You would too if you ever fought him. Feng Yumming turned silent after that, as she was mainly focused on Tian Yi, who was just a moment away from reaching the Eater of Stars. C1226, A Waste of Talents. Chapter 1226, A Waste of Talents. 1226, A Waste of Talents. As Tian Yi approached the Eater of Stars, he could feel its immense and uncontrolled pressure trying to keep him away. The pressure was tyrannical, strong enough to crush immortals and shatter stars. However, even that was not enough to keep Tian Yi away. Covered in a sharp aura that seemed to slice apart even the void itself, Tian Yi continued to slowly close their distance. It doesn't make any noises even as it consumes the stars, almost as if there's a black hole inside its mouth that silently swallows everything. How interesting. A smile appeared on Tian Yi's face, and it grew wider as he inspected the Eater of Stars with great interest. The Eater of Stars was as long and massive as Dragon Goddess Yeyou in her dragon form, and it was covered in smooth white scales from head to tail, making her appearance very distinctive within the void. Her white scales shone profoundly, like pearls under light, and even the void that naturally consumes light cannot seem to drown out its brilliance. Her head was round and cute, resembling that of a snake, and on it were two large void-like eyes that did not have the slightest glow within, almost like the eyes of the dead, yet she was very much alive. Slight above her eyes, and at the center of her smooth forehead, was a distinctive red symbol, its significance yet to be known. When Tian Yi looked in her dead eyes, he could only see anguish and frustration. It was so clear to him that it was as though the Eater of Stars was personally speaking to him. Once he was close enough to the Eater of Stars, Tian Yi took a deep breath before speaking in a loud voice, Eater of Stars, can I have a moment of your time? Spiritual energy carried his voice throughout the starry sky, allowing it to spread within the void and reach the Eater of Stars. However, the Eater of Stars did not have the slightest reaction, almost as though it couldn't hear him. He took another deep breath and called for her again. Eater of Stars, I can tell that you're in pain. Is there anything that I can do to help? The Eater of Stars suddenly trembled, and she began to come to a slow halt for the first time in countless years. It turned to look at him and spoke through divine sense pain. Don't speak as though you know anything, human. The Eater of Stars opened her mouth and began moving toward Tian-E with the intention of consuming him. You're right. I don't know anything. However, I want to know. I want to understand you. Can you tell me what is bothering you? Tian-E calmly stood there as the Eater of Stars moved closer at a rapid rate. Even if you knew, there's nothing you or anyone in this universe could do about it. Now disappear. As the Eater of Stars tried to swallow him, a profound light flickered within Tian-E's gaze, and his body emitted a divine aura. When the Eater of Stars sensed his divine aura, she instinctively turned away from Tian-E, avoiding him. You're annoying. Die already. Although the Eater of Stars decided to not consume him, she still wanted to kill him for disturbing her. As she opened her mouth again, Tian-E could see a white glow deep inside her mouth that grew at a rapid rate. Before he knew it, he was engulfed by white flames that quickly tore away his spiritual energy. This flame, it's not burning my spiritual energy, but consuming it and using it to grow stronger. He was astonished by the white flame's unique properties. Scatter. With a flick of his sleeves, all of the white flames around him blew away, but they continued to burn in the void. I'm guessing you're the type that only listens after a fight, almost like someone else that I know. Despite being attacked twice already, Tian-E was not angry in the slightest. It's been a while since I stretched my limbs, too. Let's enjoy this for a while, shall we? Thus, Tian-E and the Eater of Stars began their battle. The Eater of Stars would throw all sorts of flame techniques at Tian-E, quickly filling the void with her seemingly eternal flames that refused to die out even many years later, hovering in the void like orbs of light. From a distance, her white flames may even appear as stars. Dragon Goddess Yeyou suddenly sucked her teeth when she saw Tian-E fighting the Eater of Stars, seemingly bothered by something. Feng noticed this and asked her, what's wrong? He's grown so much stronger since our last fight, yet he's barely cultivated in the past 1,000 years. How is that possible? Where does his power come from? Feng raised an eyebrow and said, while it's true that he's barely cultivated during our search for the Eater of Stars, I cannot say anything about his growth since I never fought him before. Dragon Goddess Yeyou suddenly shivered from excitement, and a wide smile appeared on her face unknowingly. If he's this strong after 1,000 years without cultivation, can you imagine what he could achieve if he focused on cultivation for 1,000 years? Dragon Goddess Yeyou mumbled in a dazed voice. If he's truly as talented as you were saying, he's definitely wasting his talents chasing after divine beasts. Feng said. Indeed, what a waste of talents, Feng then said. Also, I don't know if you noticed this, but he seems to have a fascination with beasts, perhaps even an obsession. I noticed. He's always trying to learn more about dragons during our travels. I think he's just genuinely curious about beasts in general. There are probably countless humans who are constantly wondering about us, but they don't have the courage or strength to approach us, unlike this weirdo. Dragon Goddess Yeyou said with a slight smile on her face. You really do like him, don't you? Feng chuckled with a smirk. Shut your beak, dumb pigeon. Dragon Goddess Yeyou glared at her. You should keep your eyes on him. It'd be a pity if he dies to the Eater of Stars, after all. Feng sneered. C1227 Insatiable Hunger. Chapter 1227 Insatiable Hunger. 1227 Insatiable Hunger. Why won't he die? The Eater of Stars grew increasingly frustrated when she could not seem to kill Tian-E despite putting in serious effort. You seem to be in a hurry to kill me. Why? Aren't you having fun? Let's keep this up for another 100 years at the very least, Eater of Stars. Tian-E laughed out loud. 100 years? I don't have that kind of time to play with you. Eater of Stars roared in a furious voice. No time? That's one of the silliest things an immortal entity such as yourself could say, since time is all we have. You have no idea. Then why don't you educate me? Who knows? Maybe I might even lower my guard, as I am easily distracted. The Eater of Stars frowned at his obvious provocation, but she didn't seem to have any other choice, as it might really take her 100 years, if not more, to deal with him if they continued at this rate. Several years have gone by since the beginning of their conflict, and the Eater of Stars could feel its relentless hunger intensifying within, slowly driving her toward a state of madness. If she doesn't deal with Tian-E quickly and continues to consume stars, she will be tormented by her insatiable hunger. Eventually, the Eater of Stars began speaking in a reluctant tone. Can you imagine the relentless ache of perpetual hunger, an insatiable yearning that refuses to subdue, no matter the quantity consumed? Throughout the expanse of my existence since the Primordial era, I have remained a stranger to the sensation of a contented stomach. Countless stars have succumbed to my insatiable appetite, yet I can only keep my hunger barely satisfied enough to where it won't drive me completely mad. I have traveled the starry sky for millions of years in search of something that could satisfy my hunger, but to no avail. I have dried out rivers of celestial water, consumed all sorts of treasures. There's almost nothing in this world that I haven't consumed, yet my hunger remains unsatisfied. I want to stop and rest, but I fear that my hunger will get out of control if I sleep. If I can even sleep properly with this constant hunger. That's right. I have never even had a proper sleep. The only thing I can do is continue moving and consuming everything in my path. Tian-E was left speechless by the Eater of Stars situation. Even Feng and the Dragon Goddess were baffled by it. They always thought that the Eater of Stars was acting out of instinct and had no reason for its actions, that it was a natural calamity without emotions or thoughts. Neither of them could have anticipated this sort of truth, and they couldn't help but pity the Eater of Stars. Understand now. So that is the source of your anguish. What a terrible way of life. And to think that you've been living like this since the Primordial era. Tian-E was not prepared to learn such a truth and did not know how to respond or react. While Tian-E was deep in his thoughts, the Eater of Stars saw this as a chance to put an end to their farce and attacked without any warning. Wake up, you idiot! Dragon Goddess Yeyou's voice suddenly rippled in the starry sky, snapping Tian-E out of his daze. But it was too late, and the Eater of Stars landed a direct hit on Tian-E the following moment, sending him flying. Blood gushed from Tian-E's body, leaving behind a long trail of blood that hovered in the starry sky. You idiot! Are you still alive? Dragon Goddess Yeyou immediately rushed to his side to assess his condition. A slight smile appeared on Tian-E's face as he muttered in a weak voice, "Don't worry, I won't die before I beat you." How dare you say such a thing when you cannot even defeat some stupid snake? Do you have no shame? Dragon Goddess Yeyou sighed. Meanwhile, the Eater of Stars proceeded to fly towards them with her mouth wide open, seemingly trying to consume them together. How dare a mere snake even think about consuming a dragon? Courting death. Dragon Goddess Yeyou narrowed her eyes at the Eater of Stars as scales began appearing on her body. Please wait, Dragon Goddess. Tian-E quickly grabbed her arm. I'm not out of the fight just yet. After adjusting his posture, Tian-E confronted the incoming Eater of Stars with a wide smile on his face. Unbeknownst to him, his body suddenly started emitting a golden aura that gave off an unfathomable feeling. When Dragon Goddess Yeyou detected the palpable presence of his aura, an inexplicable thrill coursed through her entire being, setting her body astir with an intense longing for combat and igniting her blood with an irresistible urge to engage. The Eater of Stars, too, discerned the subtle shift in his aura, further intensifying her agitation. Her primal instinct screamed that unless she swiftly vanquished him, the window of opportunity to secure victory would close inexorably. As the Eater of Stars closed in with her mouth wide open, the trail of blood left behind by Ton entered her mouth. While the amount of blood left behind by Tion, it was akin to a single grain of sand to the Eater of Stars. It was a substantial amount of blood to lose for a human. When the Eater of Stars tasted Tion's blood, its massive body shivered for a brief second before freezing like an ice statue. Her void-like eyes began to change as the light slowly returned to them. "Why did you stop, Eater of Stars?" "I'm just getting started." Tion spread his arms and beckoned her in a provoking manner. However, the Eater of Stars completely ignored him as she remained hovering there with a look of disbelief on her face. Eventually, she spoke in a low voice. "What are you?" "Oh." Tion did not understand her question and could only look at her with a raised eyebrow. Although he didn't understand her question, he could tell that something had changed for the Eater of Stars, and when he looked in her eyes, he could see a hint of hope within. C1228, An Unprecedented Occurrence. Chapter 1228, An Unprecedented Occurrence. 1228, An Unprecedented Occurrence. What am I, you ask? Human, I suppose. Tion eventually responded to the Eater of Stars' question, even though he had a feeling that it wasn't what she wanted to hear. "Why do you ask?" he then asked. After a moment of silence, the Eater of Stars responded, "Amongst the countless things I've consumed throughout the years, very few things interest my taste buds. However, your blood. When I consumed your blood, it excited my taste buds in a way that I've never experienced before, and even though the amount of blood I've consumed is insignificant, even neglectable, it's managed to satisfy my hunger significantly. I could consume 100 stars, yet it would not satisfy my hunger the way your blood just did." The Eater of Stars proceeded to consume the remaining blood that was scattered in the starry sky, leaving not even a single drop of blood behind, and her body would tremble with excitement with every drop of blood. Once she finished cleaning the starry sky of Tion's blood, she released a deafening roar that shook the starry sky. "My blood satisfies your insatiable hunger?" "Why?" Tion mumbled out loud after learning of this information. "I don't know, it just does." The Eater of Stars replied. Silence filled the place for the next several moments until Tion had an idea. "Eater of Stars, I have an offer for you." "I am listening." For the first time in history, the Eater of Stars was being patient and willing to listen to a human being. "You see, I have an ambition." Tion proceeded to tell the Eater of Stars his ambitions. "If I have someone like you around me in my journey, it will definitely help speed up my goals. In exchange for your company, I am willing to offer you my blood to feed your hunger. Of course, I won't make you do anything that you don't want to, and you can leave at any time." The Eater of Stars closed her eyes to ponder in silence. A few moments later, her massive body began to shrink, progressively shrinking faster with every passing second, until she was the size of an ordinary snake. "I shall follow you until the end of time, Master," the Eater of Stars said. "Master?" Tion raised an eyebrow and said, "I'm not asking you to be my servant, you know. I am aware. This is my choice. You really don't mind?" "I don't." In the realm of beasts, yielding to a human as their master equated to a profound surrender, a relinquishing of their very essence, a choice that would forever brand them with ridicule among their fellow creatures. However, the Eater of Stars was no mere ordinary beast. She was a divine beast with significance equal to that of Dragon Goddess Yeyou and the Primordial Phoenix. Despite that, she still decided to accept Tion as a master. In the eyes of the Eater of Stars, such considerations held no sway over her. To her, the paramount imperative was the satisfaction of her insatiable hunger, rendering all other concerns inconsequential. In this singular moment, An extraordinary occurrence had transpired. A divine beast, for the first time in history, had chosen to acknowledge a human as its master. Furthermore, this wasn't just any divine beast. It was the Eater of Stars, a notorious entity that had sown terror across the expanse of the divine heavens, a veritable force of nature responsible for the annihilation of countless stars. So, do you have another name besides Eater of Stars? I do not. You may give me a name if you wish. I'll need some time to think about it. Anyways, here. Tian-E suddenly slashed his palm with his sword and offered it to her. Eater of Stars immediately rushed at it like a starving beast and immediately began consuming it. While changing her size won't change her appetite, she could perceive her hunger gradually assuaging as she imbibed his blood. Several minutes later, in a moment unprecedented in her existence, the Eater of Stars encountered the sensation of satiety, discovering what it meant to be free from the ceaseless grip of hunger. It was also at this moment that she knew that she had made the right choice by following Tian-E. Eater of Stars wanted this moment to last forever, to be able to feast on Tian-E's blood endlessly, but she knew that wouldn't be possible if she wanted to preserve his blood for longer. "Thank you, Master," Eater of Stars muttered after releasing a satisfied sigh, her stomach feeling better and fuller than ever. "Is this your first time tasting human blood?" Tian-E asked her. "No, I have tasted human blood before, but they all tasted like dirt water." Tian-E sighed in relief after hearing this, as he feared for a moment that only human blood could satisfy her hunger. "So what does my blood taste like?" he asked out of curiosity. "I don't know how to describe it, but it's delicious, unlike anything I've tasted before, and it makes my taste buds tremble with delight. If I'm only allowed to eat this for the rest of my life, I wouldn't mind it at all." "Is that so? Anyways, let's go meet my other companions," Tian-E then said. Eater of Stars nodded. Suddenly, a powerful presence appeared behind Tian-E. When he turned around, he saw Dragon Goddess Yeyou with a somewhat weird look on her face, and she appeared to be panting a bit. "Dragon Goddess? Are you okay? Why do you seem a bit tired?" Tian-E raised his eyebrows at her. "I tried, but I cannot hold it in any longer." "Tian-E, fight me now," she said while her aura skyrocketed. "Huh? Right now?" Tian-E was baffled. Had just finished fighting with the Eater of Stars, and he even donated a good amount of his blood to her afterward. He was definitely in no condition to fight Dragon Goddess Yeyou. "Why don't we do this another time, when I am healed? I'm sure you don't want to fight an injured person as well." "Bullshit. You'll be fine if you use that golden aura technique. Why didn't you use that technique when you fought me before?" "Are you mocking me?" Dragon Goddess Yeyou roared in a frustrated manner. "Golden aura technique? What are you talking about?" Tian-E responded with a dumbfounded expression. C1229 Plan to Change the World. Chapter 1229 Plan to Change the World. 1229 Plan to Change the World. Are you genuinely feigning ignorance with me? I witnessed you harnessing it mere moments ago. Your body was enveloped in a resplendent golden aura. It emanated an incomprehensible and overwhelming pressure that I had never experienced before. Just recalling it makes my blood boil. Dragon Goddess Yeyou spoke with an angry expression on her face, thinking that he was messing with her. However, Tian-E's puzzled expression remained on his face as he spoke. "I genuinely have no idea what you're talking about." "Golden aura? I don't even have a technique like that." "Then what was that golden aura? How did you do it?" Tian-E shook his head. "Are you sure you saw it?" Dragon Goddess Yeyou began doubting whether she actually saw it. She turned to look at Feng, who was quickly approaching them, and asked her, "Hey, you also saw that golden aura around him right after he was nearly beaten to death, right?" Feng did not immediately respond, and when she did, she responded with a smirk on her face. "I didn't see anything. You must have hallucinated or something." Dragon Goddess Yeyou clenched her fists and gritted her teeth, her eyes radiating with killing intent. Feng sucked her teeth and quickly added, "Just joking." She turned to look at Tian E and continued. She's not lying. There was a golden aura around you just now. I've never felt anything so oppressive before. Tian E fell silent after hearing this, but he had zero idea what caused the golden aura to show up. Now that I think about it, I felt oddly energized for a brief moment, like I was invincible. Unfortunately, I don't know what caused it, nor can I replicate it. Dragon Goddess Yeyou began to ponder deeply. A moment later, she spoke with a serious expression on her face. It appeared shortly after you were nearly beaten to death, so if you experience another near-death situation, it might show up again. It'll help you. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold it. Tian E immediately distanced himself when Dragon Goddess Yeyou started stretching her limbs. I barely have enough energy to stay awake, and you want to beat me? I will really die. Aren't you always so confident in yourself? You'll be fine. Dragon Goddess Yeyou seemed to have no desire to back down and slowly approached Tian E. Seeing this, the Eater of Stars moved to stand in front of Tian E. I won't let you hurt him. Eater of Stars glared at Dragon Goddess Yeyou sternly. You think you have what it takes to stop me? While you may have more raw strength than me, you don't know how to properly use it. You don't even know how to fight properly, and I doubt you know any real techniques. Randomly breathing fire doesn't count either. Dragon Goddess Yeyou sneered. Calm down, both of you. Dragon Goddess, I just want to rest for now. After that, we can figure out the whole Golden Aura business together, and then I will spar with you. Okay, fine. She reluctantly agreed. Good, then allow me to introduce you to our new member, Eater of Stars. Tian E said, Eater of Stars, these two are my traveling companions. The spirited one is Dragon Goddess Yeyou, and the other is Primordial Phoenix, also known as Feng Yumming. And this is Eater of Stars. I am still trying to think of a name for her, so you guys can call her that for now. Can you turn into a human? Feng Yumming suddenly asked. I cannot, or more precisely, I don't know how to. Eater of Stars shook her head. Don't worry, I'm sure they will teach you. Tian E said. After their short introduction, Tian E brought everyone to the closest uninhabited star to recover his injuries. So, who do you plan on visiting next? Feng Yumming asked him. Honestly, I don't know. And while it will benefit to have more companions, I think we can start changing the world with just the four of us for now. Tian E said, and how do you plan on changing the world? We can start by letting the world know of our presence. A human traveling the world and doing things with 3 divine beasts by his side, it will surely stir both the human world and the beast world. Seriously? That's the best plan you can come up with after 1,000 years? Dragon Goddess Yeyou was speechless. Then do you have any suggestions? Dragon Goddess Yeyou was speechless, as she had no idea where to even begin. As simple as it may seem, I think your plan will work pretty well. Feng Yumming suddenly spoke up. Your goal is to create a world where humans and beasts can work together, right? We can commence by demonstrating to the world the very feasibility of such a vision, since most believe it to be impossible. By showcasing our partnership, we can enlighten humanity and beasts to the possibility of collaboration between our 2 worlds. Then it's decided. Tian, he had an eager smile on his face. We can start by dealing with issues that normal people or beasts cannot handle by themselves. Do you guys know of anything like that happening within the divine heavens at this moment? Well, I've spent the past 1,000 years traveling the starry sky with you, so my knowledge is to the extent of yours. Feng Yumming shrugged. I don't know either, Dragon Goddess Yeyou said in a stiff voice, as she didn't want to admit that she had been following them for the same amount of time. That's fine. We can look into it once we return to the divine heavens. Tian E said. Before that, I have something to say. Dragon Goddess Yeyou suddenly said. What is it? Shouldn't you spend some time improving your cultivation first? Well, you're already pretty strong. You could be much stronger if you focused on cultivation for some time. After all, you are still in the prime age for that. It will be a waste of your talents if you start too late. Is that really necessary? Sounds like a hassle, and I'd rather spend that time to work on my goals. Tian E sighed. Of course, beasts are naturally attracted to the strong, so the stronger you are, the more likely they will listen to you. If you want a world where beasts respect humans, you need to show them something worthy of respect, because as of now, the majority of beasts do not respect humans in the slightest. Makes sense? All right, you'll dedicate some time to cultivation every once in a while. Tian nonchalantly nodded. I've long been aware of his immense talent, evident when he faced me and survived at an age not even surpassing 1,000 years. Now, I entertain the notion that he might have scarcely trained before then. Is it conceivable that he is truly a mere human? Dragon Goddess Yeyou sighed inwardly. I've been wondering, how old are you? Feng Yiming suddenly asked Tian. A little over 2,000 years old. Tian calmly responded. 2,000 years old. Impossible. Feng Yiming did not dare to believe him. It's true. He wasn't even 1,000 years old when he fought with me. Dragon Goddess Yeyou confirmed. Unbelievable. Feng Yiming muttered in disbelief. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.